your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. We are very, very excited to get this week off started on the right note. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass for us today. And it is going to be a very well-rounded Monday, I'd say. Obviously, we are a King-centric show because we are the home of your Sacramento Kings. But there is a decent bit going on throughout the sports world. The Niners continue to drop like flies. Okay, Ashton Genty for the Las Vegas Raiders. He showed up. The Giants lose another series, and it's all but over out there at Oracle Park. But they do get some good vibes going in yesterday's matinee finale with my guy, Drew Gilbert, hitting his first career home run. They're able to take down the Rays, but unfortunately, it's a little bit too little, too late, unless they can get extremely hot down there in San Diego, taking on Whitey Gleason and Kyle Ledbetter's team, the San Diego Padres. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass for us today. So we're going to break down all of that also with the Little League Classic going on and the Major League Baseball setup that they had going. Rob Manfred was getting interviewed, and he talked about expansion. Now, the baseball world is a bit, I don't want to say confused, but for lack of a better word, confused because baseball is in a great spot, but there also might be a lockout, but also expansion. So as we out here in Sacramento watch the A's continue to absolutely mash the baseball, and some of the reasons, look, they said it, right? When they had their big press conference, it was talked about the fact that this might give Sacramento a leg up on the competition when it comes to expansion. So we should be very interested. All of the gook and the arguments and the issues that have happened with the A's out here. This is part of why I should say Vivek and Sacramento was willing to deal with it because of these conversations of expansion. So we will play you what Rob Manfred had to say there. There will be Kaminga talk. There are some updates, some that are surprising, some that are not so surprising. Speaking of kind of the local sports situation, Sac State and Cal Expo are in the very, very early conversations about a possible partnership. Funny enough, you're listening to somebody who also went to a school whose field was off campus, whose stadium was off campus. So I'll give my thoughts on the pros and cons of having a stadium off campus. So I'm actually really excited to talk about that because I saw some students from Sac State talking about it, some alumni talking about it, and people that just are fans of Sac State talking about it. There are a lot of pros and a lot of cons either way. So excited to have that conversation, and of course, let everyone be a part of that conversation. Anthony Slater, he had some things to say again about Jonathan Kuminga pretty much right after we got off the air, but not much has changed since then. So we have that sound for you. We also have an actual offer for Kevin Durant that came from the Miami Heat. And I'll be honest with you, I have no clue when I read it, I have no clue if the Heat, if this was more serious or more unserious attempts from the Miami Heat. But it gives you an idea of what the Heat were willing to give away, right, or part with for somebody like Kevin Durant, and how that might circle back when it comes to a member of the Kings if a conversation happens there. Also, Keon Ellis, you know him, you love him. He's locked up, somebody's favorite point guard somewhere at some time. But is he being put in a good position as far as his growth? Is he going to be stifled a little bit? We've talked so much about Malik Monk. We've talked so much about Nick Clifford. We've talked so much about if they bring Russell Westbrook in. We've talked so much about all of these guys, right? Just saying, oh, well, Keon will be fine. Keon's going to get his time. Well, will he? Should they be carving out a specific role for Keon? You talk about guys like Jaden McDaniels, and obviously Keon is not as big as Jaden McDaniels, but the same type of player. Jaden McDaniels is so good that his brother is still getting opportunities, right? That's how important roles like that are, these long defenders that can shoot. Somebody gave Jalen McDaniels, who was a Sacramento King for about 2 weeks, somebody gave him another job. And they have no clue. There's no way you guys share the same blood and you're that bad. Every single season, somebody gives Jalen McDaniels an opportunity. That's how good Jaden McDaniels has been. So this time, it's the Pelicans, okay? And this is how you know you haven't played. When they don't even, Shams couldn't even write up what he did last season because he did not play. This is the write-up from Shams. Free agent forward Jalen McDaniels has agreed to a deal with the New Orleans Pelicans, sources tell ESPN. McDaniels has averaged 6.7 points and 3.3 rebounds over 6 NBA seasons. He couldn't say he last played with blank because nobody knows. The last time he was in, because wasn't that media day? I think he was there for media day for a day. And that was the only time Jalen McDaniels was in Sacramento as a Sacramento King. I don't know if that's actually true, but it feels like that was the only time we saw Jalen McDaniels. So guys like this are hyper important right now. Somebody just continues to give him a job or say you cannot be that bad if your brother is Jaden McDaniels.
He played 2 preseason games and was waived on October 16th.
And then he played for the Kings. They said, oh, you are that bad. Please leave.
We're going to actually
Please
go
leave.
sign Doug McDermott instead. Please
leave. Right? Guys like this are extremely important right now. So Keon Ellis, a bit smaller than the Jaden McDaniels of the world, but you look at Jaden McDaniels and he had his role carved out. I'm going to defend. I start, and I'm going to shoot the 3 ball, and I'm going to continue to develop offensively. Keon now at 26 years old, he's going to be coming off the bench, at least to start the season, we'd assume. There's 8,000 guards. Is Keon being put in a good position to succeed? Are they going to hinder Keon a bit? Because that was the whole thing when it comes to the trades and who's untouchable and who you should be okay moving off from. When it comes to Keon, same thing with Keegan. It's not about wanting to move on from Keegan. It's not about wanting to move on from Keon. But if you are not putting them in a position to grow, and another team could take them and put them in either the same role on a better team that is closer to winning things, or in a different role and give them more runway, maybe you should think about it. I wouldn't do it, but I also wouldn't still be running out the vets that the Kings are running out, because I would lean more into playing those guys. So we're going to spend some time on Keon Ellis, his ceiling, and whether or not he is being a bit stymied or will be stymied playing for the Sacramento Kings. We've all just assumed Coach Mike Brown is out. Keon is going to get all this runway, right? And I know I've talked and said, hey, there's some purple lenses going on here when it comes to Keon Ellis. Some of y'all trying to compare it to missing out. If they had moved on from Keon for Kaminga, it would have been as bad as Luka, things like that. And I had to check some of you respectfully. Y'all check me too. Okay, speaking of checking me, there is another Domantas Sabonis proposed trade out there. This is just rumor mill, but I didn't create this one. So it's Sabonis trade part 2. I did not create it though. So if you don't like it, you don't have to roast me like you roasted me about the Magic one.
Sabonis trade part 2. Please stop yelling at me.
That's right. So I didn't make this one because I'm too scared to make another one. But speaking of checking people, y'all can check me if you don't like it. Just know that I didn't make this one, okay? But as far as Keon is concerned, just the assumption he's going to get this time, he's cool. Mike Brown is gone. It's not a matter. It might not be a matter of Mike Brown. They brought in another guard. And without losing anybody, they just brought in another guard. So are we worried a little bit that Keon might get, and obviously they brought in two with Dennis Schroeder and Nick Clifford. And I know I've said, hey, last summer league, Keon was supposed to focus on playmaking and he just couldn't really get there and he didn't. That doesn't mean you can't improve. So now we're just giving up on Keon's playmaking ability and kind of lack thereof because he's not going to have plenty of opportunities. Keon is going to be in there. He's going to defend. He's going to shoot threes. That is what his role looks like to me right now. He will not be playing point guard. He will not be doing any playmaking because there are too many other guards that are already better than him at stuff like that. So I don't know how Keon is going to improve in that realm, which is fine. But this is the Michael Porter Jr. argument that we've had time and time again. So we're going to spend a decent amount of time on Keon in about 15 minutes. We will really break all that down for you. And we do have Motivation Monday from Scott Perry. That's also coming up in 15 minutes because we are in the middle of a commercial-free set for you to kick off the show as we kick off every top of the hour with 30 minutes commercial-free local sports talk for you. And we're running Daily Tankathon because we're of course running Daily Tankathon. So the Niners, they are able to get it done against the Raiders. Moses Moody.
Whoa, where did that come from?
Not Jake Moody. Well, it's not that far off.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going Dominic Pooney. I was like,
no.
Where did Moses Moody come from?
Jake Moody, just quite the roller coaster, and that's just who he is. He is able to nail the field goal at the very end to win the ball game for the Niners, but this thing isn't going away. Sometimes it's just really hard to overcome the yips, and I don't see how Jake Moody is going to overcome the yips in a preseason game. Yeah, it's much better that he made it than missing it, but it's going to be very touch and go with Jake Moody. It's going to continue to be touch and go with Jake Moody, and I guess if you're the Niners, all you're trying to do right now, if you're the Niners, you just figure, hey, if he stinks, we can find somebody else. We might as well try to give him that confidence by saying, hey, you're still our guy. And if he ends up not being our guy, then we can find somebody off the scrap heap. Because either way, that's kind of the situation we're in. They decided to give him, and I know Kyle Shanahan said, I believe it was either Kyle Shanahan or John Lynch said we attribute a lot of his issues last season to injury. So they're fully giving him I don't know if they're actually giving him a pass, but they are fully committing to claiming they are giving him a pass to the public. And I don't know if they actually believe it, but that's what they are saying to the public.
They've got him for 2 more years, so next year they might not be as publicly backing of Jake Moody once they're going to have to decide whether they pay him or not.
So that is where we're at as far as the Niners. Dominic Pooney injured. He's going to miss some time. It just, when it rains, it pours for the San Francisco 49ers. I do have a bright spot that I wanted to highlight for the Niners because I've been really hard on this guy. And look, last season was a tragedy, disaster, a situation for him with Ricky Pearsall being injured, then getting shot, then being injured after. But you did see some flashes once he got in there towards the end of the season. And I know it's the Raiders secondary, so we could take it with a grain of salt. But I really liked what I saw from Ricky Pearsall. I look at the receiver position at times like rebounding in basketball, right? And I know it's tough to say out here in Sacramento, but the Kevon Looneys of the world, okay, the Kevin Loves of the world, some guys just have it when it comes to rebounding. It's a feel thing. It's a timing thing. It's a position thing. They just have it. And Ricky Pearsall, I liken that to the wide receiver position because you have to obviously be skilled, obviously, have the tangibles, right? You got to be fast. You got to have good size on you most of the time, or be just even faster to overcome that, a la a Tyreek Hill. But there is an it factor that I think that certain wide receivers possess and certain wide receivers do not. And a feel factor as well. Finding the soft spots in the defense, understanding what your QB needs at that time. Ricky Pearsall seems to have that, right? And as we've gone over before, just because he looks the way he looks, he is not a little slot receiver. Ricky Pearsall has some decent size on him. So I'm watching him against the Raiders. And again, like I said, it is the Raiders, but I really liked what I saw from him. And I think that Brock Purdy is starting to find that connection, and that could be two guys. I don't think Brock Purdy ever had that connection with Debo. I think that Debo, there was a kind of a weird changing of the guard with Debo to Brandon Ayuk and to from Jimmy Garoppolo leaving and the offense changing and that new offense just not being conducive to how Debo is successful. So I think Brock Purdy and Debo were never really on the same page. Debo was out of shape. He admitted he was out of shape. There was a lot of stuff going on with Debo. He changed his number. Then he got worse. There's a lot of things going on with Debo. They never really got there. They never really had that quarterback-wide receiver relationship. You have Brock Purdy, who already has that with Brandon Ayuk and has always had that with Brandon Ayuk. You just got to get Brandon Ayuk back on the field. He's obviously got that with George Kittle, and he seems to have it, or he seems to be developing that with Ricky Pearsall. So besides the injury issues that continue to pop up for the Niners, which are just insane at this point, Ricky Pearsall and Brock Purdy. And I told y'all, I was in a TikTok black hole, and one of these fantasy gurus said, take Ricky Pearsall. I shouldn't even be saying this on the air because I got my Rivercats fantasy draft coming up. I got my Sacktown Sports fantasy draft coming up. I shouldn't even be saying this on the air because I'm giving my competitors hints. But everybody's saying this guy, Ricky Pearsall, he's got that thing where as soon as your quarterback looks dead in the water, you look up and the dude is wide open. That's what wide receivers on the Patriots had. I'm not comparing Brock to Tom Brady, but it's a push and pull where Brock Purdy is part of that and the wide receivers are part of that. And all of a sudden it just looks like, how are you not? Because that's how I'm watching as a Raider fan. How is this guy wide open? What was it? 3rd and 18? Brock almost got his head taken off. And you look up and there's Ricky Pearsall. There he is. And again, it's the Raiders secondary, but how is that guy wide open? He is going to be a headache for teams. And that's the type of guy that Kyle Shanahan just salivates over. That's the type of guy that Kyle Shanahan says, oh, we're going to scheme the bleep out of this. So I think I'm on board with the fantasy gurus and everything about Ricky Pearsall. I just, look, he might not jump off the page as far as his speed is concerned. He's not going to be running a ton of go routes. Now we'll see if Jacob Cowing, Mr. 5'9" himself, my guy, if Jacob Cowing can get healthy, because right now the Niners have really good possession receivers. And look, Amon-Ra St. Brown is one of the best possession receivers out there, but you got Brandon Ayuk, Brandon Ayuk can get going a bit, but you don't see the go routes. They don't really have a just go get it, right? They don't have that. Maybe they don't need that.
There's only a handful of those in the league,
right?
But Debo was one of them in the past. So
I don't even know if Debo was, because Debo was here's the under, now go truck people.
Yeah, I mean, look.
And Danny Gray, where is Danny Gray?
Look, the Niners are going to need Pearsall one way or another to do something because their entire skill position guys are hurt. Like, it's Pearsall, it's McCaffrey, Demarcus Robinson's going to get suspended. They have nobody.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Pearsall or literally nobody to start the season because right now their number 2 receiver is like Russell Gage.
That's it.
Yeah, that's all they have.
That's it.
It's McCaffrey, it's Pearsall. Literally, someone made the point today because Garendo and Jordan James went down, and it's like McCaffrey is literally their only healthy running back right now.
Yeah, when they brought in the running back, right, and he went down and got carted off.
Abdullah.
and got carted off, that's when I thought this is getting crazy. And obviously Pooney was part of that too. But no. It was Corey Kiner. When Corey Kiner came in, had that crazy run, and that's all. It just go down, doesn't go down, then gets hit, and then stays down and gets carted off. That's when I thought, I don't know if the Niners should play. Can they just forfeit preseason? Like, what are they allowed to just forfeit preseason games?
They're literally running out of people. You know how crazy it is that we've forgotten which running back it is at this point because they've had 3 of them go on IR.
They all bust runs, though.
Yeah.
It truly does not matter.
Because we've talked, we've known this for years, right? Kyle Shanahan can make anybody go for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns in a game, right? I used to know the list, but there was literally 10 running backs that had gone for 150 yards or 2 touchdowns under Kyle Shanahan. So he can do this with anybody, but it's being put to the test because he's on his 7th string running back now. They're on their 7th running back backing up Christian McCaffrey.
All right, Kyle, let's get into a little style espresso. There we go. Thank you very much. That's a strong pour right there. Look, man, I don't know what to do with this information, but I was just thinking, and I said this during crosstalk with our guy Jason Ross, the Kings, if they were just in one different situation, right? If just one thing about their situation changed, they'd be looked at so much more positively. If they were in the Eastern Conference, they'd be looked at differently. Now, if the Kings were in the Eastern Conference, let's be honest, if the Kings were in the Eastern Conference, I still think they're probably projected as a 5 or 6 seed. I'm not going to sit here and say that the East is improving. And even with, I think the Pacers are probably still better than the Kings without Tyrese Halliburton. And I think the Celtics are better than the Kings without Jason Tatum. So it's not as if they're jumping anybody there, right? Then you have the Knicks. They're not better than I've never seen the Kings beat the Knicks in the whole time I've been here. You can't put over the Bucks because they never beat the Bucks before. Okay, so that's 4 right there. Then you have the Magic, then you have the Pistons, and then you have the Hawks and teams like that. So I don't know. Nobody would even have the Kings higher than I can't think that they're higher than a 5 seed in the East. Okay, but it would still be a better situation than where they're currently slotted as an 11th or 12th seed in the West. This is how they were projected. But beyond basketball, I also thought if the Kings were even an NFL team, what they're doing is very NFL-esque right now. Let's go through some of the teams that are doing the same thing, just the NFL version. Because the NFL version is we're just going to get a quarterback that we know is competent and see what happens. The Kings, all they wish that could happen is that they were in the NFC South with Baker Mayfield. That's essentially what they are trying to pull off. Baker, remember when Baker was on the Rams for 2 seconds, by the way? I saw that pop up on social media. I almost forgot about that. Baker Mayfield, 4 teams later, hits on the Bucs. Okay, had some good pieces. Now, obviously, they won the Super Bowl with Tom Brady. But, hey, we don't have to tank. Jameis, sorry, buddy. We'll see you when we see you. We're going to figure it out, and Baker's actually going to make sense. Baker, that's a best-case scenario. The Seahawks, hey, we're going to get Jalen Milroe. Maybe that'll work out. But until then, Sam Darnold. And you know what? People are going to still buy tickets and come to our games knowing that Sam Darnold has historically not been very good besides last season.
Led an 81-yard touchdown drive yesterday.
The Raiders. Geno Smith was almost out the league, but he had a couple good seasons in the Seahawks, which resulted in absolutely nothing. But we know he can at least play quarterback. Let's bring him in and see what happens. The Falcons, with whatever the hell they attempted to do for about a week with Kirk Cousins after paying him all that money. This is every NFC South team. The Saints with Derek Carr. It didn't work, but they tried. Are the Kings the Saints of the NFL? Okay, not now, because I'd say that's even disrespectful to the Saints with the Spencer Rattlers and what the Saints got going on. But the Kings have tried to do some of the things that other teams have done. The only problem is they're not an NFL team, and the only other problem is they're not in the Eastern Conference. But besides that, Kyle, I see the vision. The vision is have a 2024 Vikings run, which is possible in the NFL. That's literally it.
Win 14 games, lose in the wild card round, but you can't do that in the NBA, or at least you don't usually see it happen in the NBA.
And you definitely can't do that in the Western Conference. So sometimes I wonder what is happening behind these closed doors. I do, because, hey, the Vikings did it. You could literally imagine them saying, I mean, look, what the Vikings just did with Sam Darnold, we could do that. No, it's a different sport.
I don't know. The flip side, though, is I went by the Golden One Center the other day, and they started doing the advertising for season tickets, and guess who was on that advertisement? Sabonis, Levine, DeRozan. What did they do last year? Sabonis, Fox, DeRozan. They're kind of just trying to be like, hey, guys, this is the same. It's all the same. And no, the gap between De'Aaron Fox and Zach LaVine is relatively dramatic in NBA terms. Basketball is so star-specific that you can't trick us.
All you got to do is become an NFL team. That's all you got to do. If the Kings were an NFL team, we'd all say, okay, this is what happens.
All you got to do is join the NFC South.
Yeah, all you have to do is join the NFC South. Talking about realignment as they were doing as far as Major League Baseball is concerned. On the other side, Motivation Monday, and how much better can Keon Ellis be? Allen Stiles, Sac Sports.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is your invitation to the Kohl's Friends and Family Sale, hand-delivered to your speakers. Get 20% off your favorite brands, including Yankee Candle, Cuisinart, Lee & Carter's. So when someone says, I love that candle, you can say, thanks, I got it at the Kohl's Friends and Family Sale. They personally invited me. Yep, consider yourself a VIP. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer ends August 24th. See store at Kohls.com for details.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Xfinity. Sports are unpredictable. The price of your internet shouldn't be. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for 5 years with no annual contracts. Guaranteed.
Summer's flying by, and that back-to-school checklist, it's growing fast. New backpack? Check. School supplies? Check. Dentist appointment? Let's fix that. Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics is making it easy to cross dental checkups off your summer list fast, with priority scheduling for new patients and kid-friendly care that makes them smile. It's one less thing to worry about before fall. Call now or book online at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com, because healthy smiles should be the easiest thing to check off your summer list.
And we're back live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Get ready to jam at the ballpark. On Saturday, September 6th, Rivercats Baseball celebrates Grateful Dead Night at Sutter Health Park. A night of good vibes, great baseball, and even better company. Join us for a celebration filled with themed entertainment, classic Deadhead energy, and a live ball game under the lights. Whether you're a lifelong fan or just love a night of music and fun, this is one you don't want to miss. Come dressed in your favorite tie-dye, bring your crew, and soak up the scene as we honor one of the most iconic bands in music history. Secure your seats now for Rivercats Grateful Dead Night at rivercats.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. And we kicked off the show, ended the last segment with a little bit of Styles Espresso. And, the Kings, they're not making bad decisions. It just would feel much better if they were an NFL team in the NFC South. Just an NFL team in general. Because that's what they're doing. This is we're going to not tank. We're going to get the bridge quarterback. This is what the Kings are. The Kings are in the bridge quarterback phase of whatever era this is, the interim beam team. It's the bridge quarterback phase. Now, the difference is, and I would say it's not unique. If we look at the names that we read off, right? A lot of these teams that are I'm calling it the bridge quarterback phase, but they don't have the quarterback of the future. The Raiders do not currently have the quarterback of the future. The Bucks do not have the quarterback of the future. The Vikings did, so that's a bit of a different situation. But now the Seahawks, they have a third rounder. They don't know how good he's going to be. It's not as if they have this Corvette or Lamborghini from the first or second round that they're waiting to unleash, and it's all part of the plan. The Giants, right? The New York Giants. I don't know why they have two bridge quarterbacks, but that's just the New York Giants.
And why they took a quarterback in the first round.
Exactly. But their bridge quarterback situation is a bit different. If we were to look at the Kings like an NFL team, who would be the quarterback that's the Lamborghini in the garage that you're waiting? And by the way, the only reason I always use that is because I'll never forget when Derek Carr was drafted to the Raiders. And he initially wasn't starting, and they had talked about. I can't remember if it was the head coach that was saying it, but somebody was talking about the Raiders and how good Derek Carr looked and how they wanted to do the sit him for a year thing, but it's just really hard when you got a Lamborghini in the garage and you want to test it out and drive the Lamborghini around, and maybe it was a Ferrari, but I will always use that. Because that just I was so juiced because don't forget, that was Johnny Manziel year. And that was, me, I don't know if Johnny Manziel's going to work or not. The Raiders get Derek Carr, and I'm thinking, okay, let's rock and roll. And he had his moments. So shout out Derek Carr. He had his moments, broke the foot, and just was never the same.
I believe Matt Schaub is the quarterback you're looking for.
He was sitting behind Matt Schaub, and it was either an announcer or somebody within the Raiders organization. Yeah, we want to stick to the plan, but it's just really hard with that Ferrari in the garage.
Yeah, second-round pick Derek Carr, which in their defense, Derek Carr, I think, outperformed most people's expectations for his career.
Yeah.
But by Raiders standards, he was a Ferrari. The Raiders had just gone so long without seeing a quality quarterback that it did look like a Lamborghini in the garage.
But I think that's a pretty fair comparison, right? Based on the Kings and the lack of success that they've had, that the Lamborghini looks a little different for certain teams. So who is the Lamborghini in the garage right now for the Kings? Is it Keon?
No, we're not even going to pretend we have a Lamborghini in the garage.
Derek Carr can be a Lamborghini, then is it Keegan can't be the Lamborghini because Keegan's playing.
This is like the Seahawks drafting Jalen Milroe, right? It's like, we have a young guy. We're not going to say he's a Lamborghini in the garage, but he's there.
But if Derek Carr can be a Lamborghini, I think somebody on the Kings can be a Lamborghini.
It could be Keegan.
It's probably Keegan. Is it Neek? Is he too old to be a Lamborghini?
He's the same age as Keegan, basically.
He's a rookie.
I know, but he's basically the same age.
You know who's the Lambo? You know who the Lambo is. How could I miss this? Maxime Reynaud.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the Lambo.
That's where I thought you were going.
That's the Lambo. He's the Lambo in the garage. But seriously, as we kind of discuss being held up, right, due to rotations and roster construction, we don't have to call Keon a Lambo. We don't have to call him a Ferrari. But I do think that he might be getting a little stymied, and it's something that we are not talking about. And I'm just saying the collective we, because everyone said the ding dong, the witch is dead because Mike Brown is now in New York, and he's the only reason that Keon wasn't playing. Well, there might be another reason Keon doesn't play as much, because the Kings just added 2 more guards. They added 2 more guards.
Yeah, they traded they traded their all-NBA point guard for a player who plays the exact same position as Keon Ellis. That's kind of a tough situation.
I'm not even talking about Zach LaVine. And I wasn't even talking about Zach LaVine.
Yeah, so
I'm talking about Nick Clifford and Dennis Schroeder.
And Zach LaVine and Malik Monk and DeMar DeRozan and Devin Carter.
But everybody, everyone thinks it's all good because Mike Brown is gone and there's no more doghouse, and some of that is true. But the roster has changed again. By the way, Keon, top 10 as far as steals are concerned. His steal score on NBA 2K, Keon is tied for 3rd. Okay, he is tied for 3rd. His steal skill set, along with Cason Wallace and Asar Thompson. So he comes in 3rd. How the heck did Matisse Thybulle, how did he get 98? That brother hasn't played since I moved to Sacramento.
That's all he does. It's just steal.
Dyson Daniels also at 98. That makes sense to me. Caruso at 97. Chris Dunn from the Clippers at 97. And then Keon, Cason, and Asar at 96. Tari Eason at 94. Scottie Pippen Jr. and SGA both at 90.
I'm glad that Chris Dunn and him are kind of in the same camp, because I feel like those two are super comparable in terms of what their skill sets are in the NBA right now. Which, if the Kings roster construction made any sense, and we looked at the Clippers as an example, the Clippers now have Dunn and Brad Beal that are just going to kind of alternate. You can start one, you can put one on the bench, you can figure out who's going to close, whether you need offense or defense. That would be a situation that makes sense. The Kings just have Keon with Zach LaVine and Malik Monk and Devin Carter and Nick Clifford, which, okay, now we have 5 guys who are all jockeying for playing time, and it's just not going to make sense.
Yeah, and nobody seems to be worried about it. And by the way, they picked up Keon's option. So there's that, I guess, wrinkle to it, where the discussion of, does Keon want to agree to something? Now, obviously, some people have said, hey, I don't think Keon is going to be getting offers from 10 different teams here. But if you're in Keon's camp, you're saying to Keon, look, if the Kings do try to offer an extension, you can make a decision there, right? And that was part of the argument that we had when we had Dan Favale on. Dan Favale said Keon might not get priced out because he might not play enough to get priced out, which is a crazy, weird, I guess, positive for the Kings, but also negative, because that means that Keon hasn't played as much as all the Keon fans would have liked him to play. What a bizarre, again, Kingsy situation.
Meanwhile, you're going to get to the summer of 2026, and presuming they lose in the play-in or don't make the playoffs at all, there's going to be real questions about, is it worth extending Keon Ellis? Does the roster construction make any sense?
Yeah.
Are we just going to the bottom of the draft? That's all going to be on the table next summer when Keon may or may not get priced out.
And people can be upset about it. And I don't disagree with you. But I've continued to say it's really tough for me to get behind having Devin Carter, Nick Clifford, and Keon Ellis all on the same roster. At least Malik is a different type of two guard. But having those three on the roster, and I would honestly argue on a really healthy roster, you probably only have one of them. You probably, on a roster that makes a lot of sense with more size, you probably only have one of those guys. So, to Kyle's point, moving forward, we'll see how this whole thing breaks down. But there's a lot of guys fighting for not a lot of playing time. And none of them are young. If Nick Clifford was 20, this conversation would be completely different. If Devin Carter was 20, this conversation would be completely different. They're all 23 and up, looking for playing time. You get old quick in the NBA. Ask Jake LaRavia. 916-339-1140. On the other side, we open up phone lines. We got some texts to read through. We also have Motivation Monday. And Kevin Durant's price tag and the offer from the Heat has been revealed. What does that tell you about how the Heat would do business with the Kings? Allen Stiles, Sac Sports.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with cherry berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. Then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Thunder, feel the thunder. It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration.
Thunder.
The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584.
Priority Tax Relief.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They've won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the best selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. All of them top quality, hand-selected by their general manager, Chuck Dean. You can see for yourself their huge selection at SacSuperstore.com with the lowest prices and the best car buying experiences anywhere. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Keon and the runway, or lack thereof. Is it something to be concerned about? I think at least should be brought up more than it's been brought up, as we have. By the way, I don't know if you noticed this, Kyle. So, I've been posting a lot of Giants stuff lately with Locked On Giants. New episode out now, by the way. But with Locked On Giants, did you know, I don't know if this person found a glitch in the system. Did you know that on X, you can comment on somebody's post that you have blocked? Which I find to be incredibly ridiculous. Because this person commented on a post that I made, and you know how it'll say show probable spam? So it said show probable spam, and sometimes they're actual comments from people. Most of the time they're bots or whatever. So I click on show probable spam, and it's a normal person, and they weren't even like hating on me, right? It was a normal comment, and then you can see the bottom where it's all blurred out, because when you're blocked, you can't comment, you can't like, you can't retweet. But I don't know how Elon came to this decision that somebody that blocked you can respond to your stuff, but then since they've blocked you, you can't retort or say anything back.
No, that sounds about right for Elon's Twitter. You're saying he wouldn't create a system?
I guess, yeah, I see what you're saying.
You're saying he wouldn't create a system where you can just comment anything you want and then a person can't respond to you?
I see what you're saying now, but it was ridiculous. I was just very confused.
No, it is ridiculous, but it also
very, very confused.
Sounds like something he would do.
Yeah, I was extremely, extremely confused, and I was double check. I was like, was that from? Yeah, actually, this was about the Kings. It was about what I said about the DeMar DeRozan thing. The only thing I can think of is because our account retweeted it, if that person was allowed to respond because it was the account's tweet because they retweet. I don't know. But it was very bizarre to me that somebody responded to my tweet that blocked me and I could not respond. That didn't make any sense. That was a new one.
So what, you just left the comment?
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, he wasn't being rude or weird. It just, that's okay.
Okay.
I always think, and I've never tweeted this, but I've always wanted to tweet the Thanos meme where, he's battling and she says, you ruined my life, or you took everything.
You took everything from me. I don't know who you are.
And he says, I don't even know who you are, because it is pretty funny. I'll be scrolling through, Giants Twitter or Kings Twitter or whatever, and you'll just come across someone and see the blur out. And you think, I don't know. I never interacted with this person. They just don't like how I get down. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Apparently I'm blocked, but I don't know why.
That. And I wish, that's the thing. I want to be able to reach out to them and say, hey, what happened? What did I do? What did I do? Because there are people that I've gotten into it with and have blocked me. Most of the time they started. But if I never even interacted with, I just don't like his face. I just want someone to say, I don't like his face.
That also sounds like a very Allen Stiles thing for you to do, is for you to reach out to someone who's blocked you and say, why did you block me?
Just wanted to quickly connect. Just leave a subject line. Hey, wanted to touch base why you blocked me.
Because most of the time, it's probably because you're fighting with them on Twitter. But
I'm
sometimes
telling you, a lot of not even though. A lot of the times, I can probably count on two hands. I'll say this. I can count on one hand the amount of people I've gotten into since covering the Kings. I'd have to use two hands for the Warriors and everything else. But specifically for the Kings, only one hand where we've gone back and forth. It goes from them following me, then they unfollow me as we continue to go back and forth. Then I get blocked. Those, I got about 4 or 5 of them. The rest, it's just, I never talk to you.
Yeah, because there's a difference between muting someone and blocking. Like, if someone's just annoyed by what you're saying, I would normally think they'd mute you. Block you straight up is like, I just don't want to interact with anything this guy does.
Which is so funny now with the new version of it, because we can still see what each other, what everyone does. So I think muting actually makes more sense, but I think people feel more power with the block button. Because I know friends in the media that they block everybody. I don't really block people. You know what I mean? I embrace it. I love it. But I just would like to know.
But you mute people.
There are some people that I mute that are just annoying.
But
not to me, just in general, just responding to everything and not really saying anything. I'll mute you because I don't want to be excited that I got interaction on my post, but it's just somebody talking gibberish. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. All right. Speaking of this is, I don't have the perfect line for the segue, but talking about blocking and social media, you got to talk Kevin Durant.
And your segue strikes again.
And Kevin Durant, his price tag has been revealed, or should I say what the Heat were willing to offer for him. So please help me out whether or not the Heat were being unserious again, or whether this was at least worth the conversation. So report, this was the Miami Heat's offer to the Suns for Kevin Durant. Andrew Wiggins, Terry Rozier, Jaime Jaquez, Haywood Highsmith, and 2025 first-round pick, 20th overall. Now that I read it out loud, they were unserious. I think. Now that I read it out loud. Terry Rozier, that's unserious. Haywood Highsmith, okay.
Okay, well, here's how I think we should do it. Let's ignore Terry Rozier and Haywood Highsmith, because that's obviously just salary filler, right?
Okay.
Let's just ignore those two and just look at the actual good pieces they got back.
Andrew Wiggins, Jaime Jaquez, coming off a terrible season. Andrew Wiggins, Jaime Jaquez, and the 20th overall pick.
So
that's unserious.
It's unserious when you know what Houston traded for him in the end, right? Because Jalen Green versus Andrew Wiggins, which player are you taking?
Well, if it's 2020, I got to take Jalen Green.
Sure. Yes, of course. Then Dylan Brooks, Jaime Jaquez.
I got to take Dylan Brooks.
The 10th pick or the 20th pick?
I got to take the 10th pick.
So again, Houston had a better offer in every single category than the Miami Heat. I don't know if it means the Heat are unserious. It's just that's the best Miami could do, and there's a reason why.
It's the best they were willing to do.
What else were they? Were they, other than giving up Tyler Hero, were they going to be able to acquire a player better than Jalen Green?
They could throw in another pick. They could have thrown in another pick.
Do you think that would have gotten it over the hump?
They only got one pick from
well, they got a bunch of seconds, but
I think another pick maybe makes it maybe forces the Suns to have a conversation because they have no picks. Right?
Yeah, but they were willing to do Houston's offer with one pick in like 4 seconds.
Well, I think that might speak to Kevin Durant's price tag in general and what his market actually was.
I just don't think they were even going to get, if knowing what Houston traded for Kevin Durant, I just don't think Miami, given their current roster construction, was really even going to get close. Right? If they're offering essentially Wiggins, Jaquez, and the 20 pick.
Jovic?
Again, do you think Jovic is beating Jalen Green?
If you throw him into what we just said, yeah. But now you're bleeding into their rotation.
Sure, but if I make it Jovic instead of Jaquez.
No, but you couldn't do that.
You're saying both.
Yes.
You're saying Wiggins, Jaquez, Jovic,
yes,
and
a first.
If
you were about that life.
Yeah, I still don't know if that's beating the offer of Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, and the 10 pick.
Well, it's not for Matt Ishbia because he wants names. So it wouldn't have, because Matt Ishbia needs Jalen Green. right? And Villain Brooks.
But good reason for wanting Jalen Green.
By the way, did you see that picture of a Eurobasket with, and by the way, speaking of, before the show ends, we will discuss, because you have to do it, okay? You have to meet your quota of talking about whether or not athletes should be playing outside of their pro team. With Luka getting a knee contusion, it is a perfect opportunity for us to talk about that. So we will be having that conversation. But did you see them sitting on the bench? It was Jovic, Jokic, and Topic all sitting next to each other. That's a lot of good basketball right there. All the itches. That's really good basketball.
Those itches are crazy.
I mean, that's all the Kings really need. Find a way to get an itch.
You just got to find an itch somewhere.
If you can find an itch somewhere, you know your team is heading in the right direction.
When we do our Tankathon, we can see if there's any itches in the draft this year.
916-339-1140. We will get to your calls and texts as we hit the 11 o'clock hour. If you have been hating on Jonathan Kaminga, San Van Gundy kind of agrees with you. Allen Stiles, Sac Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products in next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. NC23, select models only.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles.
on Sacktown Sports.
It's a mini one, Kyle. We can run. I'll tell you when.
When it breaks.
All right. That was perfect.
When it breaks.
It was perfect. Thank you, Kyle. From my guy, Michael Scotto, the Sacramento Kings are hiring Will Scott as Stockton Kings G League head coach, sources told Hoops Hype. Scott has been an associate head coach for Stockton. He's also been head video coordinator and a player development coach with Sacramento. Prior, he worked for the Lakers. So congrats to Will Scott, one of the hottest positions in the G League. It's really been kind of a hub for coaches to go to, be successful, and get some real opportunities, whether it be Lindsey Harding, who's now with the Lakers, right? And it's a position that continues to turn over a bit, but not really in a bad way, in a good way, because they got a good thing going on there in Stockton. So Will Scott will be the next coach of the G League Stockton Kings. Good for him.
Yeah, good for him. He's been around the organization for the last, what did they say, 6 years? Something like that. So good for him. And yeah, to your point, so you had 2023 Bobby Jackson, who's obviously now third on the bench in Sacramento. 2024, you had Lindsey Harding, who I think is fourth or fifth on the bench with the Lakers now. And then Coach Q last year, Quentin Crawford, now is fifth on the bench, I think, in Portland. Right. So all three of the previous Stockton King head coaches found front of the bench or near the front of the bench coaching roles with the teams that they joined afterwards. And I guess in Bobby's case, he just moved up to essentially second lead assistant for the first time here in Sacramento. So maybe good luck, Will Scott. The odds are ever in your favor, given the recent history of the Stockton Kings head coaches.
Yeah, it's turning into kind of a pipeline for assistant coaches or for NBA assistant coaching jobs. So we'll see how long he's with the Kings. The last couple head coaches haven't been there a long time, but that's because they've been successful. So shout out to Will Scott, who is the new Stockton Kings coach. And I know a lot of you listening like to get out to those games. I'm gonna be honest with you, not gonna lie, have not been. I still need to get out there. And check out a Stockton Kings game. And when I do, Will Scott will be the head coach. So wanted to share that news for you. We still never got around to Motivation Monday. So we have that for you from the one, the only Scott Perry. And here it is. One constant is change. What worked for us yesterday may no longer work for us today. What we deem important today may be meaningless tomorrow. Through this process, we are maturing into that which we might become. We learn to accept the challenges that life presents us with and adapt to the changes around and within us. Knowing that all these things work together for our good is a big step toward true understanding. Hashtag Monday Motivation from Scott Perry. And it just reminds me of this music. They've been running Creed a lot on TV, so it all just comes together for me. I just feel like I'm jogging down the streets of North Philly, getting ready to take on Drago's son. That's what I feel like right now.
I thought you were going to say Natomas.
Well, that's where I actually am jogging. It doesn't hit exactly the same.
The mean streets of Natomas.
That's right. It doesn't hit exactly the same. There's no snow on the ground either, but shout out Scott Perry and the Monday Motivation. Kyle, I really need you to stop playing that that dork sound because we would love to have him on the show.
It's not about him. It's about the Monday motivation.
Okay.
Dork.
As we get to what Stan Van Gundy had to say about Jonathan Kuminga. So Ron Kroichik of the SF Chronicle, kind of a combo article, if you will. He talked to Stan Van Gundy. He also talked to, I guess, an anonymous league source about Jonathan Kuminga. So we're going to start with what Stan Van Gundy said here. Stan Van Gundy says this. Well, this is just from the article. Van Gundy raved about Kuminga's athletic ability and improving efficiency on offense, but also explained why he remains behind most of those on the list. Cade Cunningham has proven to be the best of that class, Van Gundy said. He has been the number one guy and elevated his team, proven he's an all-star. Kuminga could make a better case with Barnes, but the difference between those guys is their ability to make plays for other people, not just put up scoring numbers. Barnes can really pass and help you that way. He goes on to say probably the closest comparison in terms of package of skills is Jalen Green. I understand if you're Kuminga, you argue it's lack of opportunity, but Green has proven himself at a higher level as the leading scorer on a 50-win playoff team. Kuminga has never been more than a role guy, whether it's opportunity or not. Those guys certainly deserve to be paid at a higher level. Beyond the numbers, Van Gundy wondered whether Kuminga helps his team enough in ways other than scoring, such as passing and crashing the offensive boards. I would say Wagner. So he's just going through everyone that was drafted around the same time as, or in that same draft class as Jonathan Kuminga, who has already been paid. So continuing on here, I would say Wagner is a winning player and also Cunningham and Barnes, Van Gundy said. I'm not sure about Kuminga. I don't see the overall understanding of the game that allows him to fit among other guys and help a team play well at both ends. He's only 22 without a lot of experience. So could all this improve? Absolutely, Van Gundy said. If you're going to have him out there, you have to play through him. To me, he's either a primary scorer on a bad team or a bench scorer on a good team. And those were some real deal assessments from Stan Van Gundy on one Jonathan Kuminga. And I think he's spot on. Look, I think he's spot on with how he feels or why he feels that way based on what we've seen so far. The Scottie Barnes piece of this, because he, like I said, he was just kind of comparing Kuminga to everybody else who's already got their money. Scottie Barnes is the guy who I think, I know me personally, I've watched the least, right? So I'm going to take Stan Van Gundy's word for it on Scottie Barnes. I know everybody is really high on him, and collectively, I think the basketball world is higher on Scottie Barnes or not. I think the biggest thing that Stan Van Gundy said that I appreciated, and I've gone back and forth so many times on this Jonathan Kuminga thing, I think the biggest thing that Stan Van Gundy said that I appreciated is sometimes it sucks to suck, man. Sometimes things aren't fair. And you learn that pretty early in life, right? We all don't look the same. Some of us are more attractive than others. Some of us are faster than others. Some of us are taller than others. Some of us are stronger than others. And them's the breaks. You control what you can control. And I'd argue that Jonathan Kuminga has had somewhat controllable situations, not totally in control. No, he didn't get 82 games to do whatever the bleep he wanted. He didn't, but he's had opportunities, and the Warriors have told him, this is what we want you to do. Now, obviously, it's clear Joe Lacob, who's the owner and just does whatever the hell he wants, Joe Lacob has told Jonathan Kuminga certain things, right? But Jonathan Kuminga has kind of refused to listen. He's refused to listen. And again, you know me. Blame can go in a lot of different directions. I think the Warriors didn't set him up for success. I think Steve Kerr doesn't really like the fact that he's refused to listen. But also, Jonathan Kuminga hasn't really listened. And Stan Van Gundy is saying, look, I'm not denying that he didn't get the same opportunity. What do you want me to do about that? It is what it is. You can't get paid for opportunity that you can't get paid for numbers that you think you would have had if you had a better opportunity. That's not how it works. Now, that's why Jonathan Kuminga is well within his right to take a gamble and take the qualifying offer and get after that. That's fine. But trying to convince the Warriors, hey, I'm worth this or whatever, the Warriors, it's similar to the Bulls in a way where, hey, you probably should be worth some of these guys and what they made, but we don't have to pay you that. And if there was a team, look, the Nets, if the Nets did what a lot of us thought the Nets were going to do, this is a different conversation. If the Bulls were more into you, this is a different conversation. The only team that's into you is a team that we really don't want to trade you to, even though it's not a rivalry. We won't say it is, but that team up there, I-80 in Sacramento, we don't really want you to go there. And we don't really have a good situation to send you there. So these are the breaks, fair or unfair. I felt the same way, to be honest with you, with the Giants and this right field carousel. And I spent a lot of time thinking, okay, well, are the Giants handling this correctly? Luis Matos on the outside looking in. Why would the Giants trade Mike Yastrzemski and then send Luis Matos to AAA? Why would they do that? Why wouldn't they give him opportunity? That's how I felt, right? So this weekend, I'm doing some research, getting ready for Locked On. I'm doing some research. Luis Matos got about 10 or 11 series, or I should say set of at-bats this year. That's a decent bit. That's 10 or 11 sets of 2 or 3 games of consistent ABs. At some point, you got to look yourself in the mirror and find a way to put yourself in a position to where the coach cannot take you out of the lineup, right? Everybody that the Giants have kind of gone through in right field, to be fair, they've all gotten a decent bit of series. Grant McCray just got pulled up, so I wouldn't call him there yet, but Grant McCray's got a decent amount of at-bats. They're giving you opportunities, and at some point, you have to figure it out. Jonathan Kaminga, no, he hasn't had as many opportunities as some of these players on bad teams. But the opportunities that he has had, he has not listened. He has not done what Steve Kerr has asked him to do, right? It's the same thing when you take a job and the CEO says something to you, but obviously you have your direct manager or your direct supervisor. The CEO can say, hey, I can't wait. I see you doing this and that in the company, but you still have to listen to the manager. Because if you don't listen to the manager, you're not going to get that opportunity. The CEO is not in the weeds the same way the manager is in the weeds. The CEO might like you, right? I've had plenty of jobs where you interview with the head honcho at the very end. Maybe it's the head of, not necessarily the CEO, but the head of whatever. And they love you, right? They have to give that final sign off. And then you wonder, well, how much am I going to work with you? Not at all. I just wanted to be a part of the conversation and get a vibe for you. So you could like them and they're going to tell you all the sweet nothings, but they're not on the battleship with you day in, day out. And if you want to get to that spot, right, you have to make certain decisions and you have to understand what it takes to get there. My mom always said, I'm going to make it clean enough for FCC Airways. You got to kiss butt before you kick butt. That's what it is. And Jonathan Kuminga has refused. Last week, we talked about Jaden McDaniels, the good brother. Jaden McDaniels. Now he's starting to evolve offensively, got his bag. Now he's not getting a Cade Cunningham bag, anything like that, but we'll see what happens at that next contract. Maybe he keeps evolving. So that is my fear with Jonathan Kuminga. We can only sit here and complain about what other people got versus what we got for so long. You can sit there and complain about, well, why was this person born to a rich family and I wasn't? Well, why was this person born in this situation and I wasn't? Why does this person get this opportunity and I don't? Or You can stop complaining about it and do something. But you can't huff and puff all day and not do the little things to put you in that situation. Maybe if you hadn't burned that bridge with Steve Kerr and refused to rebound, maybe he would have been somebody where you talk to Mike Dunleavy Jr. and they offer you something else. Now, Jonathan Kuminga wants to talk about, oh, well, they're not investing in me. I feel like a trade piece. Brother, you want to be traded. What do you mean you feel like a trade piece? That's because you want to be traded. So I really do struggle with this as far as Jonathan Kuminga is concerned, because I worry about people that don't want to listen and people that want things before earning them. Jonathan Kuminga has not earned anything as far as I'm concerned. He hasn't been put in a great situation. He also hasn't listened when he's been in those situations. He wants what he wants. And whoever takes him next is going to have to understand that. I continue to tell y'all that sounds completely opposite of what Scott Perry and Doug Christie are trying to build. They strike me as old school. You earn your way, you earn your keep. So I am completely dumbfounded at the Jonathan Kuminga attraction. I know I get it from a talent perspective, but just the mindset, it seems so opposite of what Scott Perry and Doug Christie are trying to build. It does.
Well, I guess it's tough because you don't want to just put a person in a box and just say that is what they are going to bring to the table. I mean, we had this conversation, I think, all the Kaminga days are bleeding together, but let's call it a few weeks ago, where it's like, what if he gets here and he gets his money and then in a year or two is asking for more money or a larger role kind of situation? Yeah. And I guess my point is you get to that point, that's a good problem to have, right? If you get to a point where he's all of a sudden, I've outplayed this $21 million, now I think I should get 30 to 35. That's a good problem to have. And
well, that's not how contracts work, though.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying if Kuminga then comes back to the table and is looking for more money at that point, then sure, I get it. What's interesting, though, about this situation and specifically being Sacramento is like, I don't think Kuminga's all that sold on going to Sacramento. It's more so I want the situation, right? And to your point about Scott Perry and Doug Christie and how they're built is that they're offering him $21 million a year, a starting role, and are willing to trade, at least as it stands right now, Malik Monk and a future draft pick in order to bring him in. So they're really in on adding Jonathan Kuminga. Whatever that says about the type of team they're looking to build or the balancing of the roster or anything else, they are as good as the options in front of them. And right now they are trying to get Kuminga at a discount or get Kuminga at a perceived discount, shall we say, from what a player like him might command on the open market.
Yeah, and you can look at this a couple different ways. You can say, hey, well, once we get him here and we give him that runway, we believe that he will be more willing to do some of that dirty work stuff, and we're okay with that. We feel comfortable. We think that what we've built, what we have, is sustainable for that. That's fine. But it kind of reeks to me of the person that dates the bad girl or the bad boy and says, I can change them. Right? Now it's not the same because I don't think Kuminga has this long history of not listening and you know, I'm not trying to put him in that exact category, but it is a category of if I don't get what I want, I'm not going to be happy. And what he wants continues to kind of grow and grow and grow. He could come out and say, I've still not heard Jonathan Kuminga say, I just want to do whatever it takes to help the team, or even come back. They haven't even been able to come out and say that what has been portrayed as far as what the Warriors have asked them to do and they're not doing. They haven't even been able to argue it. They haven't even tried to argue it.
Which is interesting, though, because you've talked about this before, he was kind of promised that runway, and he's never gotten it, whether that's a Steve Kerr thing or roster construction or, in recent months, their decision to trade for Jimmy Butler, right? I mean, they moved on from Klay Thompson in part because they believed he and Podziemski would be able to replicate that production. And then they pivoted pretty quickly to getting Jimmy Butler. Well, first Kevin Durant, then Jimmy Butler. But at some point they concluded, no, actually, we can't do that. And we're going to have to get a proven commodity to get in there for Steph. What is interesting, though, to what you said is, like, if you're dumbfounded as to why Scott Perry and Doug Christie would be pursuing Jonathan Kuminga, then there must be a misunderstanding in either the perception of Kuminga or the perception of the type of team that Perry and Christie are trying to build, which I lean more so towards the Perry and Christie side than I do the Kuminga side.
I agree with you. Or it's a matter of this, and this is probably the most obvious statement. It's the Sacramento thing, right? It's the same conversation we've had about Sacramento tax being able to get free agents, right? Hey, Kaminga might, the same reason that they went and got DeMar DeRozan, even though the fit wasn't great. Hey, Kaminga might not be the perfect player, but we are the Sacramento Kings. If we have a chance to get somebody with that type of ceiling, we have no choice but to overlook the perceived mindset. I don't want to say issues, but mindset differences that we may have, because he is on he is a depressed asset right now. The Warriors are in a tough spot. We don't know what'll happen if he hits free agency. So it might just be a matter of we don't really have a choice as far as how often we get an opportunity to get somebody of this caliber with this type of ceiling. So, Allen, it's not that you're wrong. He's not. We don't love how he wants to be a number one and hasn't really listened in the past to his coach. We're just not really in a position to say no. You know what it is? It's dang near, and I know they are buying everything nowadays, but it's dang near Pat McAfee and ESPN. We don't really love what Pat McAfee does, but we're willing to look past it because we would like that ratings boost. So he's not our typical cup of tea, but it is what it is. We're not going to say no and let a competitor get him because of that.
And lose money. Yeah, and I think the other part is, Dave makes this point all the time, other than DeMar DeRozan and Vlade Divac, no player has ever willingly decided to come to the Sacramento Kings. Mm-hmm. And people make the diva point all the time, and I always say, look, there are plenty of divas that have their jersey retired by the Sacramento Kings right now. Like guys who were just like, please don't send me to Sacramento. I do not want to go to Sacramento. Do not make me go to Sacramento. And they now have their jersey retired by the team, or should have their jersey retired by the team. You know, the greats of the Sacramento era did not want to come here. So, look, Jonathan Kuminga may be trying to force his way out of Golden State and maybe just wants to go to Sacramento because it's his best next option. But at this stage of the game, if you are a person who believes Jonathan Kuminga is going to be at least make them a better team in the short term, then you take all of that in stride and you just say, we can fix him. Or not that we can fix him. He doesn't need fixing. He just needs to be away from Golden State.
Based on where we're currently at, we believe it's worth the gamble. It might not work out, but we believe it's worth the gamble. But there is clearly a difference. You know, Scott Perry, hey, you know, hardworking. And I'm not saying Jonathan Kuminga isn't a hard worker or anything like that, but how it's come off, I want to be this and I want to be that. It seems like a culture clash to me. But on the other side of it, hey, it might be, but we still got to take this shot because of the current situation, which makes sense. I don't know what happens if he actually gets in the building. And DeMar DeRozan would have to go. There's no way this works with DeMar DeRozan on the team. No way it works with DeMar DeRozan.
Or would set the stage for him to go.
Exactly. When we return, let's talk about the current roster. Who is most likely to surprise us for the Kings in the 2025-2026 season? Give us your guesses, call in, or give us your predictions. Call in and let's discuss. Allen Stiles, Sac Sports.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Well, the A's have played better than 500 baseball since the end of June, and one reason, improved starting pitching. And now that Luis Severino is on the IL, rookies comprise 4/5 of that rotation, including 22-year-old Luis Morales, a consensus top 5 prospect in the A's organization.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of boomtown baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge.
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Save $10,500 off MSRP. Every Silverado half-ton 5.3 at Elk Grove Chevy. And Elk Grove Chevy has one of the largest selections in the area. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MadeofChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details. Excludes work trucks and ZR2.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metal woods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
To discuss the most likely surprise of the 2025-2026 season in the form of a Kings player. Now, there are a lot of options to choose from, and we can give storylines to it as well. It could be Keegan Murray breaking out. It could be Levine having that, top 10 MVP voting year that we discussed last week. Malik Monk figuring out the point guard position and returning back to 6th man of the year status. Devin Carter and what he could maybe do. So you have to, this isn't as simple as it sounds, right? Because you can't just say something obvious. It can't be almost anything with Domantas Sabonis. You can't even really say Domantas Sabonis. I mean, I guess if he actually won MVP, that would be the most surprising.
Or was first team All-NBA.
Yeah, but even still, he's the best player on your team. So I find it hard, and I know we said Zach LaVine if he's a top 10, but I still wouldn't have that as most likely to surprise us, or I guess the biggest surprise. I find it hard to even have the same conversation with Keegan Murray because I'm dang near hoping and expecting some type of leap from Keegan. So I think we're going back in the conversation where it's a Devin Carter, Malik Monk, because Malik Monk has been talked about in such a crazy way this offseason. Guys like that. I think Devin Carter is in a better line to surprise people than Nick Clifford. I think a lot of people expect Nick Clifford to have a really good season. So most likely, I guess that's a different conversation than most likely. So I don't know, man. I think most likely to surprise us would probably be Malik Monk.
All right. I feel like this is one of those questions you're going to have to show your work.
Yes.
How did you come to, it's not a multiple choice. It's a show your work. How did you come to this conclusion?
I would say Malik Monk because he's had a ridiculous offseason, being thrown into trade talks immediately after the season ended, being honest with us. I think that's something that we don't get a lot with athletes, and we want athletes to be honest with us. And he was, and he told us, hey, I feel more comfortable at the 2. That somehow turning into Malik Monk cannot handle the basketball, and Malik Monk has to come off the bench, and Malik Monk can't do this, and Malik Monk can't do that, and he probably should be traded, and he has no trade market, and the only reason he's here is because nobody else really wanted him. That it all escalated and snowballed so quickly that I think we've lost the plot a little bit with Malik Monk. So he shouldn't be in this conversation of surprising us. But I'm going to pick him because of how depressed his market seems to be right now, and how his narrative changed so much from missing the postseason the last couple years to struggling. He did struggle at the point guard position. So I think most likely to surprise us is Malik Monk, because he shouldn't be in the position where he is, quote unquote, surprising us. But he is, because of how weird this offseason was.
Yeah, I understand how you make that point. And look, I think you're making the argument that his expectations have dropped so much because people are just either assuming he's not going to be on the team long or won't be on the team at all come the start of the season. I mean, they tried to shop him in the Dennis Schroeder sign-in trade to the Pistons. They've included him in multiple trade conversations with the Warriors and the Kaminga of it all. So, yeah, I understand how you come to that conclusion on old boy Malik Monk, our pizza guy, because even though he's your favorite player on the team, the expectation has dropped so much, in part because they essentially concluded, yes, he's not a point guard, and probably correctly so, but that doesn't mean he's not a valuable player in the NBA still. It just means he was playing out of position. If you put him in the positions that give him an opportunity to succeed, I think you've already seen what that can look like for Malik Monk when we talk about his 2023 and 2024 seasons.
I'm a pizza guy.
Yeah, I think, like we mentioned, the Keon thing is tough because I got to see what this – I can't make that guess now because I got to see what this rotation looks like. The other name I would throw out is Keegan, but like I said, I'm kind of hoping / expecting Keegan to finally take that leap. But I think we could see – I think Keegan would probably be my number 2 because I do think he will be in a position to where he could surprise. If Keegan just says, I'm taking the bull by the horns, I'm the third option, give me the rock, he's at what? I don't know, 15, 17 points per game, something crazy like that. When we're thinking, oh, Keegan got engaged and decided he's about that life now. that could be an option as well. Logical Raptors fanatic says you got to throw Dennis Schroeder's name into the mix. I think that's a great shout because a lot of us, the fact that Dennis Schroeder didn't get mentioned is a great call out because he could be somebody that surprises us. And Chris Watkins has been all over this, and he said, hey, you guys are going to be surprised when you see Dennis Schroeder go to work because he is a good player. It's just it wasn't the name or the direction I think a lot of people or fans wanted to go in. Kyle, who is your pick for most likely to surprise us from the Sacramento Kings next season?
Okay, I am going to make the case for our guy Devin Carter.
God blessing me with his body.
I say that first and foremost because I am of the opinion that your rookie year in the NBA, you should just not take anything from what a player, like you can learn, like we know Jared McCain is going to be a good NBA player, right? I'm not going to sit here and say, I think Jared McCain is going to be an all-star based on his 20 games in the regular season for a Sixers team that didn't make the playoffs, right? So I don't think you can draw vast conclusions about players based on their rookie season. With that being said, Devin Carter's played less than 400 minutes of NBA basketball up to this point in his career. We don't know what kind of player Devin Carter is going to be in the NBA yet. Some people will make the Derek White comparisons. Some people will make the Diet Keon Ellis conversation, but we just don't know, right? So the idea that people are saying he's not going to get playing time, he's not going to get run, he's not going to be able to contribute on this team makes me think that if he does perform, people are going to be in for a big surprise if all of a sudden he's a rotation player in the NBA, which, by the way, he very could well be because he was a former lottery pick who some people thought should go, like Kevin O'Connor thought should go in the top 5.
And not be moved in a Cam Johnson deal.
Yes, and should be kept in a Cam Johnson trade. And we've just never seen him play. We've seen bits and pieces, but he's played less than 400 minutes of NBA basketball. For example, if he played 32 minutes a night, I'm not saying he will, but if he played 32 minutes a night in each game to start the season, he would already eclipse his minutes total from last year by November 17th.
Yeah.
We've seen basically a month of basketball from this guy's career. And the idea that he's all of a sudden just not going to play when he is a former lottery pick who they decided to move off of, for better or for worse, move off of Davion Mitchell for, I think that could be a big surprise if all of a sudden we're like, oh, actually, we had an injury here or a trade there, and all of a sudden he's playing 25 minutes a night for the Kings and giving them contribution.
I think that's a great call. Well done. I think that's a great call. It definitely would surprise a lot of people because a lot of people have dang near written off Devin Carter already, whether that be because they don't like his jump shot, whether that be because of the guard log jam and just how is he going to find that time. I think I'm not even trying to, I guess, debate what you're saying. I guess I'm just trying to figure out if it is him, what has happened, right? What has happened? Because he would either have to either somebody got moved or he's beating somebody out.
Or
so he, that could be Keon, that could be Neek, whatever. But in order for him to get to 25 a night, he beat somebody out or something changed.
There is a third situation here. Either they make the Kaminga trade. Mm-hmm. He beat out somebody for minutes, and like you said, Neek or Keon or someone is not playing.
I think you make the Kuminga trade, he'd still have to beat somebody out for minutes.
It depends who they traded, right?
Right.
But again, they either make the Kuminga trade, he beat someone out, or someone got hurt. Mm-hmm. That's the other thing. Mm-hmm. Like we can talk right now about, Devin Carter doesn't fit in this current group right now, but we're also one Zach LaVine injury away from anyone want to play? Yeah. All of y'all can play right now. We are one Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan injury from being like, anyone who wants to play, get on the court. We just need you to fill minutes at this point. Remember when Jay Crowder started a game randomly last year?
You love that. You love bringing up that game.
Because they signed the man off the street and put him as the starting 3. It was insane. Anyways, I just make the point that Devin Carter will get opportunity at some point, and we have I'm not saying it's going to be day one. It's kind of like Shedeur Sanders, right? Shedeur Sanders will play for the Browns at some point. Mm-hmm. It's not going to be week 1, probably not going to be week 2. But at some point, they're going to bench Joe Flacco. Yeah. They're going to bench Kenny Pickett, and he's going to have his shot, right?
Don't forget about Dylan.
No, they're going to wait on Dylan because Dylan's the one they actually want to succeed. They're not going to ruin him this year with this terrible team. Devin will get a chance at some point, and we haven't seen him play basically any NBA basketball, so therefore it's unfair to write off a former lottery pick and just say he's not good.
Yeah, it's fascinating how and there are some people out there that do believe in Devin Carter, but we even had the write-up from Sam Vecini, and Sam Vecini redrafted 2024 a draft class, and he had Devin Carter falling out of the top 20. And this is what I said, and this is what I said in the first hour. Life comes at you fast in the NBA. You get old fast, and when you have drafted older players, that accelerates even more. So I like your shout, Kyle. I would be very interested in how that ended up happening. And I guess people could say the same thing about Malik Monk, because all these guys are battling for similar positions. Great shout from Logical Raptors fan as well on Dennis Schroeder, because I think that's a name that could surprise some people. When we return, Anthony Slater, my guy Anthony Slater, has some things to say about Jonathan Kaminga as our show was sunsetting on Friday. We have that sound for you. We also run the daily Tankathon when we return. Down south, Sac Sports.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for the return of record-breaking speed. Saturday, August 23rd, the Johnny Brazil Memorial roars into Stockton 99 Speedway for a night of legendary racing. Speed Tour Super Modified, unleash mind-blowing horsepower and more. Gates at 5, racing at 7. Tickets start at just $20 at Stockton99.com. Be there. Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Text line is always open, along with the call line and the Sac Chat. Shout out to the Sac Chat on YouTube. I guess the kids, when they're on stream, they just say chat. What's up, chat? So I'm going to be referring to them as that. What's up, chat?
Sac Chat.
No, just chat.
Chat.
Chat, what you guys think about this? That's what they say. That's what the streamers say. Those streamers, by the way, they're making, it's just insane money. You got guys like Giannis. He said he was telling I Show Speed, he said, I need to start streaming to make money like you.
Yeah.
The streaming thing is out of this world. And I'm too old to stream. I can't stream now. I think I'm gonna try to stream though.
The modern day TV star is the streamer.
It's reality TV.
I wouldn't even go that far. Like I would say, because like this is kind of a funny way to think about it, but Mr. Beast, which is just a hilarious way to start this. Yeah. Mr. Beast is kind of like the modern day Bob Barker in a sense, where it's like he is the game show host that transcends game show hosting.
I also think that he's a little bit different, and there's somebody driving right now saying, I truly have no idea what you're talking about. But Mr. Beast is different because we know he's got all the money and he gives away stuff. I'm talking about these dudes, and not just dudes. I mean, these streamers that just sit in their room and these 13, 14-year-olds just watch them do nothing.
Yeah, but that's
do nothing.
But that's what television used to be.
No.
You think that it's instead
you're
of
watching someone on a screen, you're watching someone on their laptop just talking.
You used to watch Oprah on your TV just talking.
No, she's in front of a live audience. She's interviewing people. Now, they will. Here's the thing. Those streamers get better athletes on their shows or on their streams than actual journalists. And I know I don't get that upset about it, partly because there's not really, if there was a Sacramento streamer that was getting, because I know there are a couple, but if there was a Sacramento streamer that was getting Sabonis or whoever, Keon, right? Because the younger guys are the guys that tend to go on the streams.
I think Keon's a big gamer.
Keon, if there were a streamer out there, you could probably get Keon on the show before we could.
Keon Ellis has a Twitch, I think.
I'm telling you. You turn on. I'm thinking it's the same thing we said when I Show Speed's interviewing Giannis, getting information that Milwaukee Bucks. There was a Milwaukee Bucks beat writer that's been covering the team for 25 years and cannot get the type of access that this random streamer got to Giannis.
All he had to do was just show up in Greece. And he got Giannis to give away all of his state secrets about the Milwaukee Bucks.
I'm telling you, I'm going to stream something.
Look, the streamer, I just say the streamer is the modern television star. That is the easiest way I can phrase it for people. And you know why? Because YouTube just replaced cable television.
And here's the other thing, the last thing I'll say on it. And well, it's not, a lot of it is not even on YouTube. It's YouTube, it's Twitch, it's all this stuff. So I told you the the Rivercats, a lot of them are a bit younger than me, right? So I will joke with them. I'm saying, who is watching this stuff? I'm seeing these numbers. Do y'all watch streamers? And it's funny because it's not even those that are on the Rivercats, the Cat crew that are sophomore, juniors in college, they do not watch. But the 18, 19-year-olds who are about to start college, they watch. So it's very much a young person's thing. And it stops. And it basically, the juniors will say, no, Allen, come on, we're too young for that. I don't know. I just know these people are making a bunch of money.
Yeah, it's some of my generation, but it's really the generation below that it's like
they'll just sit there and watch them do nothing.
Yeah, like I don't even have to know how to play the video. Right when it again, this is also going to make young people crazy. Back in my day when it was Ninja, and he was playing Fortnite, like most of the people watching him also played Fortnite.
Yes.
Now it's like I don't even have to know what Fortnite is.
No.
But I'm going to watch it like it's a sporting event, right? It's kind of like watching basketball. You don't have to play basketball to watch basketball. Now it's like you don't have to play video games to watch people stream video games.
But now the new version of this is that they're not even playing video games.
Yeah, now they're just a talk show, you know.
Right, they're chilling.
It's just they're chilling, and Tyler Hero's talking about how history didn't exist before 1950.
And the names that they come up with some of these streamers, they're so ridiculous.
No, but it's modern TV. It's just instead of Oprah on cable television, it's Show Speed.
It's incredible. I'm streaming something. I don't care. 916-339-1140. We were discussing who could surprise us on the Sacramento Kings in the upcoming season. The 916 says, how could any of these guys be a surprise if they're not really going to get any playing time with the way this ridiculous team is set up? Carter will be the surprise if someone unfortunately gets hurt. That's how I feel about it, 916. I mean, Malik Monk is going – I mean, maybe this is a conversation for a different day. If Malik Monk is on the team, are we sure he's still going to be the sixth man? Is that where we're – Kyle, we'll jot it down for tomorrow. Are we sure Malik Monk's going to be the sixth man this season? Is it going to be Keon?
Are they going to play together with Dennis Schroeder? That's a lot of undersized combo guards.
Well, could you play Malik and Keon together? Because apparently Malik this is not me saying it, but apparently Malik can't dribble the basketball. We have two guys that cannot. There's only one guy on this team right now, according to how the Kings are moving, that can dribble a basketball, and that is Dennis Schroeder.
And would there ever be a world where they sit both Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan at the same time?
I think for sure.
And in that scenario, what, you're going to play Malik Monk with Neek or Malik Monk with Keon? Like, I mean,
yeah, I have no clue. And my guess was Malik Monk, just because of the conversation we're probably going to have tomorrow.
Is he even going to start?
How much over or under the amount of minutes? I think that's a good question. Because the initial, if we set it at, let's not do the segment now, but if we set, we'll look at what Malik had, and I know it was really ballooned last season.
You know what? I think if we're going to do this, we're going to have to be like Malik pre-becoming the starter, post-becoming the starter, post-De'Aaron Fox trade.
We need that breakdown. You know how Basketball Reference will break it down by team? Malik needs a breakdown by roster and coach.
Yeah, roster, coach, and role.
There you go. So I hear you. I hear you, 916. 925 has an interesting take on it. Scott Perry is going to surprise me if he can fix this hot mess. Well, I don't think that's going to happen. I guess it could happen in 1 year, but
wow, I'm shocked that this team is not as bad as we thought.
Yeah, I guess he could fix it in 1 year, but I think it's going to take a bit longer than that, to be completely honest with you.
Maybe that scenario is like Sabonis is an all-NBA second teamer and they get the 7 seed or the 6 seed, and it's like, wow,
Dennis
Scott
Schroeder's
Perry,
a top 10 point guard.
Yeah, Scott Perry fixed this by, as Jay Gaydon said, not doing anything.
Well, if Neek, if his additions ball out, if Dennis Schroeder balls out, and if Neek Clifford or the Lambo in the garage.
Maxime.
The Lamborghini. Let the Lambo purr, baby. Let the Mustang purr. If those three dudes ball out, then Scott Perry could be an option.
Yeah, I saw someone on one of the lines say Drew Eubanks is going to surprise me this year, which is like
we don't block people, but y'all need to stop playing around. Just like when we told you to text in Dinger to win the suite, and then you were texting in all the different names. 12 o'clock hour coming up next. There is a new proposed trade rumor, if you will. It's not real, but somebody cooked this up. And Kyle says it's much better than the one I cooked up that almost got me ran out of town a couple weeks ago. We got that. We got Anthony Slater on, Jonathan Kaminga, all coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. Allen Stiles, Sac Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Luis Severino, out with that left oblique strain, has resumed playing catch, and they expect a return in late August. Austin Wins, out with that abdominal strain, is expected to return in 2026, as he still has not started any baseball activities. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
KHD KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
$12 o'clock. Got you back a little earlier than 12 o'clock, because that's just how we get down. We were talking about the streaming work, because I know some of y'all got kids that are watching the streamers. My kid is nowhere near that age yet. I don't know what she'll be watching when she is a tween, whatever it is. But I know y'all got kids out there that are watching these streamers. And 916 says, Hot Ones is really good. If you haven't watched it, check it out. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the OGs. I've seen clips, but I never sat there. And so I think what Kyle was saying, and I do kind of disagree, right? And I don't know, maybe that's just a millennial in me. I did look up that millennials go back to like 81.
Yeah.
So I'm not really an older millennial. I'm really a mid-millennial.
So millennial kind of starts at, it's weird because it's like it starts officially in 84, but it's like if you're born in the years before it, you're like culturally still a millennial, right? Like people born in 1997 are technically millennials.
Well, it ends in 96.
Technically it ends in 2000, but 96 to 2000 is kind of like you can be a millennial or Gen Z.
No, I'm telling you, I just looked it up. It says 96. I looked it up this weekend.
81 to 96?
I know it's done in 96.
Bottom line, there's some blur between the generations, right? Like I have to be Gen Z. I'm 2001. I have to be. There's no other way around it. But
and that's where you belong.
Yes. But I don't really relate all that much to people who are in, I guess I'd say high school right now. Like Dave's kids and I probably could relate on some points, but like that 6-year age gap kind of makes a big difference when you're as young as we are.
Sure. But what I was saying was, Kyle, the whole idea of the replacing TV thing, I agree with you just as far as this is what kids are watching, but it's not, adults aren't watching streamers. It's replaced, I guess, I don't know, and this is going to be really sad to say, it's replaced like Boy Meets World, if you will, and maybe a little even younger than that. But Hot Ones, that represents YouTube changing, right? Hot Ones represents TV changing and watching shows via YouTube. Streamers, to me, that's a different kind of subset of that. So we were having that conversation. Text us saying, are your kids watching the streamers? And if you got any funny names for these streamers, tell us and we'll read them off. As we're going to get to the Anthony Slater piece on Jonathan Kaminga, but first we wanted to discuss this Domantas Sabonis proposed trade that I did not come up with, but feels a little bit more realistic. Okay, so this is from Sports Illustrated's Ryan Shea, and he crafted a trade proposal that would send Domantas Sabonis from the Sacramento Kings to the Detroit Pistons. All right, and this is the trade. Shea has the Kings sending Sabonis to the Pistons in exchange for Tobias Harris, Ron Holland II, Jalen Duren, and a 2026 and 2029 first-round pick. Respectfully, I'm calling shotgun. I'm not actually calling shotgun. I will drive you.
He'll drive Sabonis to the airport.
I mean, I really like Jalen Duren. He's shredded, by the way. I need to look up his workout regimen.
Got that DK Metcalf going on.
He is like, that is a man, okay? Tobias Harris, fine. Hey, come on down and be our Harrison Barnes.
By the way, expiring contract for Tobias Harris.
Beautiful. Ron Holland II, another young guy. So you're getting younger. You're getting 2 first-round picks. I don't – if the Pistons are doing this, they're truly going all in. And I don't know if they would, but you'd have to do that. The first comment will drive Sabonis to the airport. That is the first comment on this. Second comment, I accept this without even talking to anyone else. Okay? And then you have the Kings fan that is never enough. Heck no. Need 2 more first rounders. Come on, man. This is what fans do.
Sure.
This is what fans do. But me personally, Kyle, this is no disrespect to Domantas Sabonis. I'm doing this deal, man.
So regardless of whether I would do or not do this deal, just discussing the process of it, the Pistons make a lot of sense as a trade candidate for Domantas Sabonis. First of all, they did the long, capital L, long rebuild, and they got Cade Cunningham. They got their 1 star, but they don't have a second all-star caliber player, right? I think who would you say is the second best player on the Pistons right now? Is it Duren? Is it Thompson?
It's not Tom. I mean, wasn't it technically Malik Beasley last season? Technically,
that's crazy that we would say that he is I'm just going to look up the Ringers top 100 real quick and just see who they have as the second best player on the Pistons. I'm sure it's going to be a large drop off from Our guy Cade Cunningham. Yeah, so they have Cunningham at 16 and they have Jalen Duren at 97.
Yeah.
So a big drop off from Cade Cunningham for the Pistons. So the Pistons need a second all-star, right? Mm-hmm. They have a lot of young players and control of their future picks. Now, those picks probably aren't going to be great because we assume that they're going to be competitive as long as they have Cade Cunningham. But the combination of young players and picks jumpstarts the Kings rebuild because in the Kings' mind, they will get their 2 future all-stars by having their own draft picks, right? By going to the bottom of the lottery and running the tankathon and getting either Debanza or the Boozer twin or the one good player in the awful 2027 draft class, right? That's their vision in their mind. So if you're looking for a team that would be like most aggressive for Sabonis, it would be a situation similar to the Pistons.
Yeah, and again, with Tatum on the bench and with Tyrese Halliburton on the bench, the time is now. Now, obviously, it's a move for the present and the future, but I think the Pacers kind of set the standard of, hey, let's sneak in and get a finals run, and everybody will feel good about that. That's something that can elongate everyone's careers, man. You're able to say, well, besides Luka in Dallas, but besides that, you're able to say, hey, we got to a finals. We proved that we were the best coming out of our conference. We can build on that. Cade Cunningham, the endorsement deals that changed for him, how Detroit gets looked at in a different light as far as free agents wanting to go there and honestly teams wanting to do business with them. You're just looked at in a more, not more respectful way, but people say, okay, Detroit, we can do business. We can do business with Detroit. They know what they're doing out there. They just went to the finals, right? That type of stuff matters. I think you would want to do it now, though, if you were Detroit, because like I said, with the Celtics kind of out of it, the Pacers kind of out of it, the Magic are trying to build something, and Paolo is going to continue to improve. The Hawks are trying to do something, but they're still a bit in limbo. If I'm the Pistons, if I was going to do this, I would do it now. I would do it now.
So in this scenario, the Pistons would then have a big 3 of Cade, Sabonis, and the Thompson twin. They would still have Jaden Ivey. They would still have Big Stu, Isaiah Stewart. They would still have Marcus Sasser. They got Duncan Robinson last year, so he would be kind of like their 6th man coming off the bench.
I like that too. Yeah. I like Duncan Robinson and Domantas Sabonis working together.
This was actually a funny joke years ago when they were getting ready to trade for Kevin Huerter. I was like, they're going to get a white shooting guard at some point. And I thought it was going to be Duncan Robinson. I'm like, Duncan Robinson would be great. And they got Kevin Huerter. And I was like, wrong one, but that still worked out.
Depending on the betting stuff, you could have Malik Beasley.
Depending on the betting. I don't think Malik Beasley's going to be playing in the NBA anytime soon. If you've read some of the reporting around that.
I'm just saying, he's on the roster.
Also doesn't really have a home right now, allegedly. But anyways, I would say a situation like this makes sense. Now, let's bring it back to would you do the trade? Because you've already said I will drive Sabonis to the airport. Respectfully, I will drive Sabonis to the airport. I think where we disagree on this is just this fundamental point. And it's not, again, rational basketball minds.
Can I guess what you're going to say?
Yeah, go for it.
He is the best player in the trade, and you do not trade the best player.
Oh, I wasn't even going to say that.
Okay.
Although that is a good point. That is something I would say. You know me very well.
Okay, so what were you saying?
My point is, I don't believe you should trade Sabonis until Sabonis asks to leave.
Because he's the best player.
Because he's the best player you're going to see for the next 4 years. Unless you trade Sabonis for Karl Anthony Towns or Victor Wembanyama, unless he's the second best player in a trade, Sabonis is the best player in this scenario the Kings are going to have for at least 4 years, right? Because at the bare...
But Kyle, what has it gotten you?
But maybe, again, this goes back to the rebuilding conversation. Maybe you get a player with a higher ceiling than Sabonis through the draft, but best case scenario right now, Jalen Duren in 4 years will be an all-star in the Western Conference, right? Jalen Duren's only 2 years old at this point. Best case scenario, he won't be an all-star until he's 25 or 26. So if Durant is that quality of player, then it is worth doing. But if Durant had that kind of ceiling, I don't think the Pistons would be so eager to ship him out of town for Domantas Sabonis at 30 years old. So that's the tough part of it. I just think if Sabonis asks out, you should consider this trade. You shouldn't just make this trade just to say, oh, we're going to rebuild now and see how it goes.
We just disagree. To me, you have first round picks, right? You have Ron Holland, who's 20.
Yeah, former top 5 pick.
He's 20 years old. You have Durant as well, who's shredded. Okay, just get him because of that. Just for the workout regimen to tell everybody else how to work out. Again, Domantas Sabonis is not the issue right now. The issue is the combination of Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, but it does force your direction, in my opinion.
I mean, sort of, but like, let's say that they make the Kaminga trade and then move on from DeRozan and then make this at the trade deadline. I don't think they're ever going to be bad enough to tank, because then you would have a team of Dennis Schroeder, Ron Holland, Malik would be gone. Dennis Schroeder, Ron Holland, Keegan Murray, Kaminga, Jalen Duren, Keon Ellis coming off the bench. Like, that team's not obviously going to make the playoffs, but I don't think that team's bad enough to get the second best odds in the lottery.
I think that team's
like 7th in the NBA, 7th worst.
Well, I think you move on from Domantas Sabonis, right? DeMar DeRozan will happen shortly after that. Zach LaVine will happen. And even if DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine doesn't, both of these guys only have 2 more years. So you get younger, you're developing young talent, you're getting the draft picks, you have more draft picks coming in. I like the optionality of it, and it gives you, especially the Kings, gives you more opportunities to actually hit on something. The Kings need more than just one swing at this. That's what we've learned historically.
True, but remember when Orlando made the trade of Vucevic and they went to the bottom?
Yeah.
And they're kind of the prime example of like trading a fringe all-star and getting better in return. In order for Orlando to do that, they needed to win the lottery in their first try, get Jalen Suggs and Franz Wagner the following season, and then go from there, right? They got lucky in every respect in the lottery. I'm not saying that can't happen to the Kings. It's just not a good enough reason in my mind to trade Domantas Sabonis. Is like, hey, we could do what Orlando did. Yeah, Orlando got super freaking lucky.
But, okay, let me toss it back to you. You say do not trade Domantas Sabonis until he asks for the trade. So are you saying that you still want to, I guess, tweak other parts of the roster and see if you can win with Domantas Sabonis? Because it kind of feels like you're just delaying the inevitable. Are you saying, well, if DeMar DeRozan wants out, we could bring in somebody that works better? Like why are you waiting? Is it just a principle thing?
Well, maybe I'm waiting for Sabonis to not be an all-NBA player anymore, right? Like, if in 2 years he's now Vucevic on the Bulls, then, like, sure, that's fine. He's 33 years old, probably the best years of his career are past him, that's fine. I'm saying if he continues to produce at an all-NBA level, you just keep signing him to extensions for as long as he's willing to, or as long as he's able to play at an all-NBA level. So I guess that's kind of, it's not that it's delaying the inevitable. It's as long as you keep producing at an all-NBA level, there's no reason you should ever consider trading that player. You can rebuild and still keep that player. Teams have done it. The Pacers just did it, right? Like you can have that player and still rebuild. It's not like it's an inhibitor to being able to do a retool or a rebuild.
I just can't, because the text line, somebody 916, it's funny hearing Allen put so much emphasis on sex appeal with players. Look, it's just one guy. He's just yoked, okay?
Look, male objectification is in, man.
He's just yoked. I can't help it. He's just yoked.
Jalen Duren. I got to just get a photo and put him on the screen here.
Do not do that.
You don't want me to thirst trap Jalen Duren?
I'm just saying, I'm just watching the game. I'm thinking, goodness gracious, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is a beefy
All right,
boy.
Now we've gone too far.
We have the meats.
The 916 says, what is actually happening here?
Yeah.
I mean,
you're ready to just, because you're in the camp of, I just want to tear this thing down and go get a Debanza and see what happens.
Yeah, I just don't really know what else we are going to see. You move on from DeMar DeRozan, you move on from Zach LaVine, and you're trying different things with Domantas Sabonis. It hasn't worked. And look, part of that is because, or I would say, it's not that I initially want to move on from Domantas Sabonis, but they kind of wasted their, I guess, second opportunity with Domantas Sabonis in their decision of keeping Zach LaVine or trading for Zach LaVine. If they would have just taken a second, taken, I guess, a different package, if you will, and it could even go back to DeMar DeRozan. I know we've said, hey, they didn't get a lot of time, or they got the 30 games, whatever it was, and that's true. The less than 30 games because of injury, and that's true. But we all kind of felt like DeMar DeRozan wasn't a great fit. So they've taken a couple swings, haven't been the best swings. Looks like my team, shout out Panama, they got eliminated by Mexico yesterday, the Little League World Series. I might need to go drive out there. I might need to fly out there because looks like my homies, they never seen a curveball before. But so it wasn't not great swings, but they did take swings while having Domantas Sabonis, and I just don't want to see them attempt to take another swing. I just think it's over. It's over.
And he still has great trade value, right? Because it could be over, and actually, we could talk about that with Zach LaVine right now. It can be over, and he doesn't have trade value. Sabonis has 3 years, is 30 years old, still has 3 years left on his deal, and is playing at an all-NBA level. If you're the Pistons, I understand why this is appealing to you, because as yoked and packing as Jalen Duren is...
That's not... And now the 916 says, Allen ready to risk it all. Look, man, I just said he's a cut. He's just...
Up, be careful. Be careful.
He's just... A muscular fella. That's it.
Look, all
right,
as much,
y'all need to stop, dude.
As strong and muscular and packing as Jalen Duren is, Jalen Duren probably will never be as good as Domantas Sabonis is right now. That's no indictment of Jalen Duren. It's just Domantas Sabonis is a top 5 center in the NBA and has been for the past 4 seasons.
Yeah.
So if I'm the Pistons, the cost of upgrading from Jalen Duren, who might one day be a great player, to a great player right now is, in this example, Ron Holland and 2 first-round picks. And if I'm the Pistons, I make that calculation because of opening Cade's timeline to try and compete for a championship, like right now. I'm not saying that it would be good enough. They'd probably have to make other moves, but I understand why it's appealing for the Pistons. I also understand why it's not appealing for Sacramento to have to go all the way to the bottom without a guarantee that you're going to get a great player in the draft, or Duren becoming a great player.
I still would. It's just a risk I'm willing to take, because even if it doesn't work, you're still putting yourself into position to give yourself other bites at the apple in 2026. I know 2027, the draft class isn't supposed to be great, but it just gives you more opportunities. I've seen enough. Okay. 530 Joe from the 530 says, Allen, I make the trade if you trust Scott Perry. Why are the Kings so content on battling for the play-in? Dump these big salaries and get younger. Kings fans will always show up and support. That's from Joe from the 530. And I know there are certain Kings fans out there that, hey, I don't want to stink, right? I'd rather try to go for it. And I respect the heck out of that. You know, you play to win the game. And I'm not saying I don't want the Kings to win the game. I've said it before. This show, my career, it all works better or more smoothly when the Kings are good. But I think on the other end, we would all look at a teardown with a plan more positively than we would look at a teardown with no plan. And I'll just use names. If it was Monty McNair doing the teardown, I think a lot of people would be worried about it, right? I think personally, more people would trust Scott Perry in a teardown. And this is a hybrid teardown. To Kyle's point, they're not going to be terrible, right? They're not going to be awful. They're going to miss the playoffs, which they're probably going to do now. Just with cheaper, they'd just be doing it with cheaper salaries. So that's why I would do it. It's not about not wanting Domantas Sabonis on the team. It's not about not thinking Domantas Sabonis isn't the best player in the conversation of that trade. It's simply about giving your team a direction and giving them a lane that they do not currently have. Because right now, how many people actually think the Kings are going to compete? I don't even know how much of Sacramento thinks the Kings are going to compete. Sacramento Kings fans. I think there are people that are trying to be optimistic. That's me saying they'll go 13-7, and then I saw the first 20 games.
And then you gave up. And now you're ready to drive Sabonis to the airport.
No, now I'm back. Now I'm standing on business. 13-7. Please.
Okay, I guess if I were to play devil's advocate for myself too, right, is that if Jalen Duren is, because I'm essentially looking at this as Duren is your best shot at becoming a future all-star, right? I have no idea what the picks are going to be. I have no idea, we'll let the lottery play itself out.
Holland. He's 6'8". That's all I need to know.
Combo guard.
That's all I need to know.
My thing is, like, if you go this route, Duren would get all the runway in the world to become a great big, right? This whole you wanted a big contract? Sure. You want playing time? Sure. Go for it. We got nothing else to play for the next 2 seasons. But and the good news, by the way, Duren's contract wouldn't expire until Levine, DeRozan are off the books. Mm-hmm. So you would be able to give Duren $40 million a year, whatever the money will be at that point. But I don't want to do that. I don't think that's a better strategy to build winning basketball than seeing if you can build around Domantas Sabonis. Because I already know Domantas Sabonis is awesome. He's gotten MVP votes before. Mm-hmm. I don't think Duren's ever going to get an MVP vote. Best case scenario.
No, but I'm not really focused on Duren. I'm not focused on Duren being the best player. I'm focused on the collection of talent that the Kings are acquiring, and I'm focused on giving the Kings an actual direction instead of this. Some people would say, not me, some people would call it a bit of a facade.
Sure, but how are they going to get to be a top 4 seed in your mind? What is the thing that's going to get them?
What, in a couple years?
Yeah, in 4 years.
I don't have to know. But I don't have to know. But I know that they have more chances of doing that. I don't have to know, and I would tell you they still have a better chance of doing it in this plan than their current plan.
Okay.
That's just how I feel about it, though.
That's totally fair. Is that, hey, maybe we can pull up the Tankathon now. Maybe the odds, right. Maybe the odds will be ever in our favor.
And
but
they're going to be run it, Kyle, on a Monday in the tundra. Come on. Now, if you're just now joining us, we are running the Tankathon Draft Lottery Simulator every single day, trying to make ourselves feel better about what happens just in case the Kings aren't very good this season. This is a form of hope. And today, with the 4th pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Kings select Babatunde. I don't know if he'll go that high.
Yeah, sure.
Reclassified Babatunde.
Welcome back, optimistic Allen.
There we go. So to do the deal, this is why you do the deal, Kyle.
So you would have, in this scenario, Dennis Schroeder, still Zach LaVine taking playing time away from Ron Holland.
Yeah, for now.
I guess Tobias Harris taking playing time away from someone else. But
for a year.
Yeah, let's say.
No, run him off the bench. It's a year.
Sure. Kaminga, potentially.
Wait, the Kings got Kaminga?
Oh, wait, so we're not doing Kaminga in this scenario?
I'd love to. Sure, throw him on.
All right, Kaminga, Keegan, Duren.
Oh, my goodness. That is a young, athletic, hungry, Bad team.
Well, you know, it's so funny bringing it back to you and your guy Duran on the Ringers top 100. Literally, their description for him says, "Mammoth big cut from granite."
See, it's not just me.
See, the Ringers thirsting over Jalen Duran too.
It's not just me, dude.
What we need is Jalen Duran to do the DK Metcalf photo shoot. No, I'm just saying, dang, I look at him and I do not miss my workout that day. Real lack of shirtless pics on the internet of Jalen Duran. I'm a little disappointed.
That's the work computer. This is crazy. On the other side, let's have a very typical summer conversation, okay? Do you mind whether or not players on your team play during the summer? Luka Doncic avoids a catastrophic injury, gets a knee contusion. But we've seen this before. Where is the line where these players should start and stop playing? Allen Stiles, Sac Sports.
The Drive Guys. And I know you guys missed me, so I was like, I'm coming in.
We're starting to get used to it. I'm not having you, actually.
I mean, I actually felt bad for Jay too. I'm like, damn, Jay, you got to work with this dude for 4 hours. And I'm like, let me come help Jay. No, I'm messing with you. You know what though? I missed you the other night. You can listen to The Drive Guys Monday through Friday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. on 1140 a.m. YouTube and the Sac Sports app.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Shop Big O with the lowest tire price guarantee. Now through September 1st, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo brand tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not valid with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
Michael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Bing Maloney Golf Courses, 27 holes of high-flying public fun, and Bing Maloney is a classic design for golfers of all abilities. Bing Maloney's lighted driving range is a great place to learn and practice this summer under the covered hitting stations. The range also offers a practice putting green and outdoor furniture to relax with friends. Enjoy tasty beverages or comfort food from Maloney's Grill. The Association of Golf Merchandisers has named Bing Maloney a top 100 golf shop. For tee times, visit bingmaloney.com. It's Sacramento Golf's great value course.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SactownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Nine 339-1140. 916 on the text line says, the Fox trade set us back years. Keep Levine and DeRozan, but can't play them together. DeRozan off the bench, rebuild with a Sabonis trade. Also says, Sabonis won't take over in the post. He's too passive. That's from the 916, as we had a proposed trade from SI, who has Domantas Sabonis going to the Pistons. And the Kings getting some young players back and some picks that probably won't be great because the Pistons will be pretty good with the addition of Domantas Sabonis, but something I'd probably do. And that's just based on, and I guess the other thing is, if you want to argue, hey, let's give it one more year. Okay, you can give it one more year. That's one less year on Domantas Sabonis' contract. I don't know. Maybe get more back, right? The way contracts are valued now. 3 years too much. Maybe teams like him better with 2 years. You get two cracks at it. Maybe you take away a pick though, because the Pistons only have 2 years. Who knows? So if you want to have one more year and see what DeMar, Levine, Schroeder, Domantas Sabonis with Doug Christie, a full training camp, and Scott Perry, what else he can kind of work up before the season's done. Okay, I'm not against it. I think what's funny is the Kings are willing to trot this team out here and see what happens. But also, yeah, if we trade Kaminga, then this whole thing is getting blown up, right? Which they are actively trying to do. Because Sabonis, DeMar, Zach LaVine, they all know it. If you get a 22-year-old that needs runway, you're not continuing with this we're trying to compete right now thing. We're trying to contend. You're not continuing with that.
Especially if he's been promised a starting role, which is allegedly true.
Which that has all come out. So, yeah, we're going to compete unless we get this guy.
We're going to compete until we can do better.
Which tells me you're not actually truly firm in your belief of competing. It's pretty funny when you think about it.
No, but we talked about this from the very beginning, right? If Scott Perry were taking this job, would he have hired Doug Christie, made no meaningful changes to the roster, and then decided, hey, we're going to win? No, of course, every general manager wants to put their own imprint on the roster. We knew this the day that clip surfaced of Scott Perry on that podcast talking about Zach LaVine. We knew that this wasn't the team he wanted. This is just the team he has to deal with. It's why you keep saying he's doing pro bono work.
I understand, but at least I guess the conversation, I'd imagine, has been, hey, and I'm talking as Mr. Vivek, hey, if you can get, here's our list of players, we can reset if we have this type of elite talent to reset with. Your options are to buy even deeper and go with a Trae Young or someone like that to kind of work around the fringes, or if you find this list of elite talent, okay, you can jumpstart the rebuild. But these are really the only situations that will allow it to happen, right? Or these are the options that you have. This is all me just giving my thought process on it, by the way. Obviously, I haven't had these conversations. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Rick, who wants to be a part of this conversation. What's up, Rick? What you got for us?
Hey, Alan. Doing great. I think the Kings should keep Sabonis. And as a matter of fact, I think with the roster they have right now, 10-10 is not unreasonable in those first 20 games.
Mm-hmm.
I think the big difference right now is Schroeder. I think with him on the team, he's more like a Mike Bibby than a De'Aaron Fox. And I think with him, then DeMar DeRozan becomes more of a factor. He's just going to be more effective with someone passing the ball around. I think with De'Aaron, if you look at the record before and after under Doug Christie, the Kings' record was about the same. And I see so many articles right now bashing the Spurs and the contract they gave De'Aaron.
Yeah.
And I think a starting lineup of Keegan, Sabonis, Schroeder, and DeRozan, and that fifth guy, who knows? If they get Kaminga, of course, I think they're going to be a lot stronger. But I think on the offensive side, I just think, Schroeder's underrated, I think, with the effect that he's going to have on the Kings. I'm really looking forward to it. But if they get rid of Sabonis, then just blow up the whole thing.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Rick. And if you did get rid of Sabonis, I definitely don't think there would be any type of, you never know, to be honest. You never know with the Kings, but Duran's going to be our guy now. We're going to keep DeMar and extend Zach LaVine. I really don't see that happening at this point.
No.
It would be, okay, we're going young now.
If we got 22-year-old Jonathan Kaminga, 22-year-old Jalen Duren, and 20-year-old Ron Holland, then yes, I don't think they would go down the path of, well, now let's just sign a bunch of veterans and we're ready to go right now. No, you would have no current all-star on the team. Therefore, you're going to have to find one either in the draft or one of those players we just mentioned, whether it's Keegan, Kuminga, Holland, Duren. One of those guys is going to have to develop into one.
To that point, I would say I don't have to do the deal right now. I think the issue is we don't know what Domantas Sabonis' value is. We know he's extremely valuable, but as far as the trade market is concerned, I don't know what all is going to be out there. So I'm not terribly against. I don't want to force Domantas Sabonis out, but if I was given this opportunity from the Pistons and you had to act now, I think my worry would be you go through another season where you're not going. I don't want to say no, because I don't want people thinking I'm being pessimistic, where you are not projected to compete. Something weird happens. I'm not even talking injury, just in general. Domantas Sabonis, they already saying he's the sixth best center in the West. Okay?
Worse than Zubac.
Literally. They got six better big men than Domantas Sabonis. Not me. That's the national narrative. They go through another season. They miss the playoffs. And now an opportunity. Now he loses even more value for whatever reason. So I don't have to do it. But if it was do it or go through the season and then, hey, we'll be open to moving him next season, I don't think I would take the chance. If you're going to be open to moving him, I think I would strike while the iron is hot and take the young talent and the picks from the Pistons. 916-339-1140. Phone lines are lighting up here. Let's go to Joey, who wants to be a part of the show. What's up, Joey? What you got for us?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. I have a quick question. So there was a time ago, I don't know if just recently, but there was rumors swirling that Vivek's daughter was making some management type moves, and I feel like she was a part of the DeRozan decision.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys have any idea if that's any type of true of any sort?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Joey. There was, I believe it was an Athletic article, and the Athletic article did talk about Vivek's daughter, but it also talked about a decent number of people that Vivek either confides in or has some form of a seat at the table. I don't recall an exact connection between her and DeRozan. From what I remember reading and from what I have been told through the grapevine, it was more of just decisions as a whole and Monty McNair not having as much autonomy as you would think a GM would have. But specifically with DeMar DeRozan, I don't recall seeing that. But yes, there have been reports that she was involved in changes and changes to the roster, or at least ideas about changes to the roster. But I don't know about DeMar DeRozan explicitly, or Vivek's daughter is the one that was behind bringing in DeMar DeRozan. I don't recall reading that, but I do know that I did read that she had a seat at the table along with others. I know there was even a mention of Jeremy Lamb at one point. They are no longer together, so I guess he no longer has a seat at that table. But yeah, I think it's been her, or it has been her in the past, along with other names that are either currently working in the Kings organization and maybe not working in the Kings organization, but has the ear of Vivek, and there are multiple people that Vivek confides in, which kind of is the reason that Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox, I'm not going to speak for them, but there is a wonder of whether or not they felt, for lack of a better term, I guess, undermined. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Brandon, who wants to talk. Brandon wants to talk Jonathan Kaminga, not me. Brandon wants to talk Jonathan Kaminga. What's up, Brandon? What you got for us?
What's up, boys? Right, an excuse. I started a new job, so unfortunately, I don't get to hear you guys as much as I would love to.
Oh, come on, Brandon.
Hey, I'm going to figure it out. But I've been kind of out of the loop a little bit. I can't be in touch with the Kaminga thing every day.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to run this out real quick. Maybe it's totally off. Do you guys like Moses Moody as a player?
I do like Moses Moody as a player.
Because I'm thinking, if I was the Kings, why not go ahead and take the protection off the first-round pick, give them what they want, the first-round pick, and give them DeRozan. That kind of fits their timeline, saves us some money, and we take back Moody and Kaminga.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Brandon, and good to have you back. And congrats on the new job as well. I think the biggest thing, before we even get to the logistics of taking Kaminga and Moody, is that Brett Siegel and others, they've simply reported that the Warriors are not interested in DeMar DeRozan. Now, initially, I understood why they weren't interested in DeMar DeRozan. Obviously, that spacing with Jimmy Butler and DeRozan feels like it would be atrocious, right? But as I thought it through, I more so found myself in your camp, Brandon, where I felt, hey, I didn't think it was going to work with Jimmy Butler, and it did. Right? So if there's any team that can make things work that don't seem to make a lot of sense, I think it would be the Golden State Warriors to bring on a DeMar DeRozan, and I think DeMar DeRozan would be open to coming off the bench for Warriors, 2-year deal, no guarantees, or not a lot of guarantees on that second year. So I agree with you, Brandon, but from everything that we've heard, the Warriors are the ones that are not quite interested in one DeMar DeRozan. On the other side, Luka gets hurt during Eurobasket. Is it time to bubble wrap the players during the summer? More calls, more texts, more Kaminga chat? Allen Stiles, Tankathon Sports.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Well, the A's have played better than 500 baseball since the end of June, and one reason, improved starting pitching. And now that Luis Severino is on the IL, rookies comprise 4/5 of that rotation, including 22-year-old Luis Morales, a consensus top 5 prospect in the A's organization.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge.
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DT LA Law Group. Luis Severino, out with that left oblique strain, has resumed playing catch, and they expect a return in late August. Austin Wins, out with that abdominal strain, is expected to return in 2026, as he still has not started any baseball activities. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DT LA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earn.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the Luxe Staples Insider Swear By, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and miss the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584.
Priority Tax Relief.
Sacramento Rivercats baseball has it all at Sutter Health Park. Enjoy exciting baseball, kids' activities, tasty ballpark treats, and more. Family memories start here. Get your Rivercats baseball tickets at rivercats.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
I just wanted to do some housekeeping here. Somebody asked me this last week, and I meant to respond to it, but did not get around to it. So I'll be bringing it up more often as we get closer, because I know people are running around, and you might hear us for 5 minutes, whatever the case is, and we appreciate however long you're able to listen on the obviously AM 1140, the OG, and the Sacktown Sports app, as well as YouTube, chat, what up chat, and TuneIn on the TuneIn app as well. But yeah, I got this note yesterday, and sometimes to that point, got to remember that everyone is just like Brandon, might not be able to tune in every single day, but my wife and we are expecting our second kiddo. Girl Dad Part 2 is coming up, and that due date is September 3rd. So it could kind of happen any day now. The texter last week was wondering what the process will look like. By the way, Carmichael Dave does not know, and the plan is for Carmichael Dave to not know, and I don't know if he's going to think I quit or what, but I'm just not going to show up, and it's going to be pretty funny. But
I don't know. At this rate, he might not show up again.
And honestly, I might be back from my paternity leave before Dave actually does another show. But with that being said, the plan right now, everybody was asking, hey, Allen, what can we expect on the Allen Stiles Show for that month that you are out? And the plan right now is for there to be somewhat of a round robin or a carousel, if you want. To put it like that. Brendan Nunez will get some time. Jason Ross, I believe, will get some time in the slot. Whitey Gleason will get some time as well. So it's going to be a bit of a rotation with other hosts. There may be some other names. We'll have more information, I guess, as we get closer, but we are pretty close right now. But that's what I've been told. Our fearless leader, who is out on his part 2 of paternity leave, that's what he told me. And we might cross paths before I go on paternity leave. We might not. But as far as I know, there will be a rotation between all of your favorite hosts, whether it's Brendan Nunez, Jason Ross, Whitey Gleason. So it could be different week to week. It could be different within the week. And I will be returning Media Day. Okay, Media Day at the end of September to get us right and ready for the Kings season. So just wanted to throw that out there because I saw the text come through last week, didn't get around to addressing it, and we'll probably address it a couple times here just so everybody is aware and they're, not left in the dark when I head into fatherhood part 2.
Or you'll just disappear tomorrow, and then we'll be like,
that could be it.
Hey, Brendan's here.
I'm telling you right now, I don't think she would, because we're on, we'll message on Slack.
I still think that's so funny that you Slack your wife.
Well, because she's already on it for her work. I've already explained this to you.
No, I understand, and I get the logic. I just think it's very funny that you you send your wife messages the same way that like Johnny in accounting sends messages to his boss.
And with that being said, I don't think if the process starts, I don't think she will send me a Slack. I think that will be a text, and it will be, hey, Allen. It might be a call. It might be during a segment, just, hey, we got to go.
If it does come in on Slack, that is a story you'll be telling your future daughter, agent number 2, for the rest of time.
Well, not to get too personal, but for baby number 1, she was late. She was very comfortable paying no rent. Okay, so she was very comfortable paying no rent, and she was a week late. So my wife got induced. So long story short, there was no movie type of, hey, we got to go now. We knew when we were going in. We went, we were eating hibachi before we went in. We got some shirishoni. I got the ribeye and the steak and the shrimp. And then we went in and got it going.
Sure.
So we haven't had the first go round. We did not have a movie type of situation.
But this time you might get
I kind of want it. I'm be honest with you. I want that. I want the franticness. I want, oh my goodness, I gotta go, and I'm driving. And
I think your best case scenario in your mind is, you remember when RG3 was doing that broadcast and he just had to run off the set?
Yeah.
I think you're secretly hoping for an RG3 style, I gotta run off the set because my wife has just gone into labor.
I'm running through the sales pit downstairs. Allen, we have a meeting. I'm sorry. The baby's coming. That's what I want.
Yeah, you're physically dropping your headphones.
I was robbed of that with number 1.
But now is maybe
we tried to do, and I don't know if there's any Scipollini's out here, but Scipollini's has, I guess, this pregnancy pizza, right, where it's got a 80% hit rate. And if your baby,
that's kind of morbid.
Well, no. If your baby is taking long or whatever the case is, you go and eat the pie. The pie is like $45, by the way. So we go to eat this pie, Okay? Didn't work. It was good, but my wife did not get anything started here. So we tried it all.
Juices flowing.
No, it didn't do anything. It's $45 for this pizza. They're like, oh, you're getting it. All right, cool. Did you know it's 80%? It works 80% of the time. It didn't do anything. I thought my buddy said the same thing. Didn't happen. Didn't work for his wife either.
Yeah, sounds like they're running a good scam.
No,
over
they
there.
are. No, literally. Hey, $45. Come on down.
I don't know. In this day and age, $45 for a pizza. That's kind of, you're
well, I'm not saying names. Okay, I'm only saying Skipolini's. I don't know if there's Skipolini's out here, but anywhere in Sacramento, hey, call us up. If you got a better pregnancy pie, let's do a deal.
I'm a pizza guy.
Yeah. Pizza guys?
Malik Monk pregnancy pizza.
Malik, you want to collab? I'm working on something.
Let's get your Malik Monk special on the pregnancy pizza.
I'm working on something, man. Real quick.
I have a bad joke there, but I'll save it.
Good. Luka, knee contusion during Eurobasket, the annual conversation of whether or not these guys should be playing. I don't know where it starts and ends. I mean, you got Lauri Markkanen. There's a lot of money on the line here, but I don't know how you tell these guys they can't represent their country and can't play basketball. So I don't know if any Kings players are doing anything right now. I know they're about to meet up. Maybe they already met up. I know that they went over and hung out with Domantas Sabonis. Who was it? Maxime Reynaud and Isaac.
Isaac were staying at the house.
So we don't know, basketball-wise, if they've been doing anything outside of just their personal workouts. We know they're going to meet up in SoCal somewhere. But I don't know. I kind of take a deep breath that the Kings aren't playing. I guess Dennis Schroeder is playing. He's been going off or doing his thing or trying to.
Well, but that's FIBA Dennis Schroeder. That's not what we're going to get in Sacramento. But FIBA Dennis Schroeder is a different animal.
But every time a scare like this happens, if you're the Lakers, there's nothing you can tell Luka, right? He's not going to shut it down.
No, and it's fine. Different teams. This is like the World Baseball Classic. Different teams had different levels of willingness to send players just because different teams have different philosophies on this.
1 o'clock hour coming up next. Jimmy Bovada is at it again. Who does he give the Kings the third best odds to acquire? We will tell you who that is. Keon talk on his runway, and does he need more of it? And baseball, it was quite the scene yesterday. Allen Stiles, Tankathon Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, this is Greg Pop-Up. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Sacramento basketball is back. With offseason acquisitions and a retooled Kings roster under new head coach Doug Christie, we're proud to cheer on the Beam team for another exciting season. Don't miss opening night at Golden One Center on Friday, October 24th, when the Kings take on the Utah Jazz. Tickets for all games are on sale now, so be sure to get yours to see Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, and all your Sacramento Kings. Head to kings.com/tickets to secure your seats now.
This is the story of the one.
As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
1 o'clock hour, one more hour with you. And Troy reminded me of something on the chat. Shout out to the chat on YouTube. Troy says Scipollini's, one in Folsom and one in Rockland. Troy reminded me of something. I actually went to the one in Rockland for a birthday. When I had first moved out here, Buddy's birthday, it was his wife's birthday. Yeah, I went to the Scipollini's in Rockland. So thank you, Troy. There are Scipollini's out here. Because I went to one. And I have this, Kyle, the Prego pizza.
I'd say, according to Christopher Lott, Rockland is not Sacramento. So
the Sacramento area. I have the Prego pizza up. You want to hear about it?
Yeah, okay. I'm actually curious. So this is just a normal pizza restaurant that also has a specific Prego pizza.
That's right. It's called the Prego pizza. And in parentheses, our world famous labor inducing masterpiece, ... It really works, 2 exclamation points. Salami, pepperoni, ham, mushrooms, olives, bell peppers, extra onions, sausage, ground beef, linguiça, extra garlic, Parmesan, and oregano.
I understand why it's $45 now. Jesus. I thought it was like some specialty ingredient that was supposed to, it's just filled with meat.
It's just a lot of meat.
They should call that pizza the Jalen Duren.
Okay. I confided in you and to the listeners, and then never again. So should we try it again?
What, the Jalen Duren?
No.
Look.
Now I can't eat it. Well, now you ruined it for me.
Why? You don't want... no, I caught myself. I almost said it. See, this is why I don't think Dave is doing it on purpose. Like, I know I'm about to say something awful, like you don't want Jalen Duren inside you, and I caught myself. Like, Dave, it just happens all the time.
And he would say that anyway.
Yeah, Dave would have just said it, not caught himself. Anyways, I'm saying that, like, if he does get traded to Sacramento, his Malik Monk special should be this. I think you should just get it anyways.
Yeah, I know.
Look, pick a date that you want your wife to go into labor and then say, honey.
Pretty much, yeah. She said she wants to get to the official 39 weeks. So I think at that actual day that makes 39 weeks, we'll just go.
Just order it for her.
We'll go.
By go, you mean you'll drive to Rockland and bring it back for her.
Now, Carl Thornton Jr. says, those buffalo prawns from Skips are on point. Okay, so now I have a full order. What else? Scipollini's getting free promo for this Prego pizza. What else? Thank you, Carl Thornton Jr. Help me out here. That baby's got to come early.
There's got to be a Scipollini's closer to you, right?
I'm telling you, that's the one that we had to go to, the Rockland one.
Let's see.
Help me out here.
There's one in Folsom.
We really don't. My wife really just wants it to happen as quickly as possible.
So yeah, there's 2 locations, one in Folsom, one in Rockland.
That's right.
So I guess Rockland is technically the closest to you.
I'm telling you, man. All right. Thank you for that. To the chat, 916 says, I think this is the same 916 number. They always try to get on us. But this is the same. What was it? The bag work? This is the same 916 number. Because I got a photographic memory. I asked y'all to put your names, but I already know who you are. I might not know you by name.
I don't need you to have the bag work.
916 says, what up, chat? It's not the chat. It's not the Facebook. You sound like a grandpa. I said, what up, chat? I didn't say the chat. What up, chat?
What up, chat?
What up, chat? What up?
Yeah.
It's the same number. And I'm pretty sure this 916 is my age.
This is actually the reverse, right? Because you're saying that the Twitch streamers are the ones who say chat.
Well, no. I think they're claiming I said the. It's the that they're getting on me for.
What up, chat?
I think I said what up to the
I think
chat.
you said shout out to the chat.
Exactly. If I'm addressing
the chat,
then I'll say
chat.
What's up, chat.
We should still call it the Sac chat, too.
Yeah. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm hip. How do you do, young people?
You know the hippities.
Yeah. 916-339-1140. Jimmy Bovada is at it again. And I'm very unk. Okay. And this time it's with an old friend, okay? The Miami Heat with the 7th best odds or 6th best odds to acquire Trae Young. I don't know why the Rockets are on this list. The Houston Rockets.
Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, get rid of him now. You're paying him the same. Not anymore. Fred VanVleet and the Rockets with the 5th best odds to acquire Trae Young. The Suns. Hey, let's always throw on the Suns and the Kings because nobody knows what the hell they're doing anyway. The Suns with the 4th best odds to acquire Trae Young. The Kings with the 3rd best odds to acquire Trae Young. The Nets with the 2nd best odd to acquire Trae Young. I think remember that Nets Giannis conversation because he has a random piece of property out there. That was fun.
Real estate.
Yeah, that was fun. And with the best odds to acquire Trae Young, the Orlando Magic. Those are the Those are the teams. And I mean, the Kings, I think this is kind of pointless because the Kings already said Trae Young is not the type of point guard that they want. They want someone who maybe isn't a defense first, but somebody that is not terrible on the defensive end. And I think they clearly care about that more than the offensive prowess, whether you agree or disagree. That's what it seems to be. I do wonder, though, obviously, if the Hawks made a move, that would be Jalen Suggs. But, and again, there's what they talk about, and then there's what they actually believe, right? And how they actually move and make decisions. Because Jalen Suggs would be somebody I think the Kings would be interested in. He's a dog defensively. He's overpaid as far as I'm concerned, but that's somebody I think that they would be interested in. I think this all goes to a larger point that I have always thought about. There are certain things that even when the league and this isn't just the NBA, all these sports leagues, when they're moving in a certain direction, nobody wants to be honest that they are moving in a certain direction, right? The teams that don't play defense, they always claim that they're defense first, even though they don't play defense. So clearly you're not defense first. In baseball, we're not just trying to hit home runs. I'm watching the Kids cast yesterday with the Mets and the Mariners, but it actually was Mexico, Panama. And they had on the good nailer, okay, the nailer that just got traded to the Mariners. Josh. And he's talking about his process. And one of the announcers is saying, see, for everybody out there that says they're just up there trying to hit home runs, this is what you need to pay attention to. But they are up there trying to hit home runs. They are. I'm not saying they don't have a process while trying to hit home runs, but they're trying to hit home runs.
Sure, it's not like he's Jacob Wilson coming up to the plate.
We don't have to do that.
Yeah, Naylor pretty much hits bombs all the time.
There's still a process in what they're doing. So when I see, and this is what we were talking about with Jonathan Kaminga, how the Kings are saying we want guys that are going to do X, Y, and Z, yet they're going after Jonathan Kaminga. Something there doesn't add up to me. That's why I always appreciated Mike D'Antoni and the Rockets, and even when he was on the Suns, because they said, yeah, we out here pulling. Like, that's what we're doing.
Doing what?
We're out here pulling. We're here to shoot threes and to take names and not really play defense.
Or when you get to the late stage Houston, we're here to do the heliocentric offense, as we're calling it.
That's what we are.
The dribble. What did Chuck call it? Dribble.
So apparently so they're saying Trae Young is not the type of guy that the Kings want. That was the report that came out earlier this summer. Okay, we'll see if you make other moves that support that, because I don't know. Dennis Schroeder is not, and maybe there just was nobody available from a point guard position that was perfect for what they wanted to do. But all of these teams, they all claim certain things. Teams are never going to say they don't care about defense, even if they don't care about defense. Teams are never going to say we're not out there just trying to chuck threes, even if they're out there just chucking threes. They're all going to say the right things. And this is not a King-specific thing. This is just in general. There are certain things that all these teams are going to say, even if they don't believe it. You talk to MLB hitters or MLB teams right now, they're all going to say, oh, no, we're not just trying to hit home runs. You are. A lot of you are.
Well, that's how you're going to get paid.
Sure. But but they can't say it.
Yeah.
They all say, no, we're deep. And going back to basketball, no, we're defense first. And we just look for the best shot. No, you don't.
Yeah.
Just be honest.
You've either got to hit dingers or be Luis Ariz. And even he doesn't get paid that much. So it's like, no, everything is telling you, no, dingers are what they want. That's what dingers and doubles are what's going to get you paid. And so players know that, and they're going to hit dingers and doubles, just like you're talking about with Atlanta. Now, the Atlanta thing is interesting, though, because like I think they're putting the Kings on this list because Sacramento doesn't have a point guard. But given the current makeup of the Hawks, what do the Kings have that Atlanta really wants? Right now that they've added Porzingis and Nickeil Alexander-Walker, right? Like when we did our trade candidates of the day back in May, it was like, oh, well, they can get DeRozan or Malik Monk and have them be a super sub off the bench. Now that they have Kobe Buffkin as their backup point guard and Nickeil Alexander-Walker slotted in, like, what do the Hawks actually want that the Kings have?
There's nothing that the Hawks would want that would, I guess, help moving on from Trae Young, right? I think they'd love to have Malik Monk on the team with Trae Young, because my issue with the Hawks is they need more offense. But losing Trae Young in a deal where you get Malik Monk and whoever else is making 20-something million for the Kings, DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk, I don't think that really helps the Hawks, because I don't know how good of a point guard Dyson Daniels actually is. All I know is that he's a really good defender.
No, they seem comfortable with him playing the two because they, like I mentioned, they still have Kobe Buffkin, who I think is going to be a pretty decent NBA player, but they have him slotted in as the backup point guard. So they're operating as if Dyson Daniels is just a two guard at this point. And then if your young core, quote unquote, is him, Jalen Johnson, Risa Shea, or whatever Udonis Haslem called him, Rosh Hashanah, and Onyeka Okongwu, like that young core isn't really matched up with DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk's skill set. I understand why you put Orlando like a Jalen Suggs, or you put a Houston with a Fred VanVleet in there, because they still would need a point guard if they were to make a deal like that.
Right. Yeah, and that's a good point. Are you moving off of, if it's not about, and there have been conversations about Trae Young and how his teammates feel about him, but if you're not moving off of him because of that, then why are you moving off of him? You're not paying your young core quite yet. You pay Jalen Johnson, but you're not paying all of them yet. You're going to have to get another point guard. I'm just not really understanding.
Yeah, maybe it's just they don't want to pay Trae Young for 5 years, basically. Maybe they don't want to lock themselves into that deal, or maybe this is a situation where they're hoping to upgrade from Trae Young, right? Like Trae Young is one of the top. We had the point guard rankings from Hoops Hype. He's one of the top 10 point guards in the league, but we also don't think Trae Young can be the best player on a team that competes for a championship. No. And right now, Trae Young is the best player on the Atlanta Hawks. Now, maybe Risa Shea will get there one day. Maybe Jalen Johnson will be an all-star one day. But as it stands right now, at least for the next 2 years that he's under contract, assuming he accepts his option, then Trae Young is the best player on the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, and that is just probably not going to fly for you. As far as whether or not the Kings should be interested, we spent some time at the beginning of the season. Hey, Trae Young, Zach LaVine, and Domantas Sabonis. Let's say that those are your big three. It doesn't scare enough people. And I essentially said no to it. But I will say this. I'll say no to it, assuming that this thing, if it doesn't go well for the Kings, is ending soon. If we fast forward, I also was thinking, hey, DeMar DeRozan is probably not going to be on this team soon. If we fast forward a season, and based on the things that we've heard from, the Brendan Nunez's of the world and guys like that, if we fast forward a season and for whatever reason, hey, I think, DeMar DeRozan is going to finish out his contract, and Zach LaVine is, he's got another year. He's obviously going to pick up his option, and obviously they still have Domantas Sabonis. If we're headed towards another year of this, then I would say then you might as well try to upgrade, right? I didn't want to acquire Trae Young because I didn't want to be locked into something thinking that this team was going to say uncle soon. But if you're truly just never going to say uncle, then okay, you might as well be the best version of whatever the hell you are while we're all still here living and breathing. If you're truly just not going to do it.
Yeah, because Trae Young has a year this year and a player option that I feel pretty sure he's going to accept if he, they don't offer him an extension. But at that point, if I were the Hawks and he's got 1 year left on the deal and you're trading him for the De'Aaron Fox package, basically, he wants to stay. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's very bizarre.
Yeah, just ask him to, if you're worried about the length of the contract, just ask him to decline his player option, give him a 4-year extension, and just, get on with your life. You can always trade him later. I just don't know what the end game is for the Hawks. It seems like Trae Young doesn't either, because he seems disappointed he didn't get a contract offer.
You know who else is on the Hawks?
Porzingis?
Jacob Toppin.
You just want a Toppin.
Obi's little brother, who's on a 2-way deal at 25 years old.
You know who else is former Hawk? Daquan Plowden.
Hey.
Who allegedly, I just saw our text thread here, might be joining the Drive Guys today.
Okay. Well, I'll definitely be tuning in for that. But yeah, the Trae Young thing, I'm not necessarily a fan of it, and I wasn't earlier this season. But if they're just refusing to just start over, then I would say, okay, well then screw it, go get him, get him.
What the heck?
Yeah, we have here, Kyle, this is from NBA 2K, the actual rankings. Okay,
for everyone,
they're starting to come out now or today, and I think the last where they stopped is 50 through 31. So that's what I have for you. Okay. And from 50 through 31, you have the Sacramento Kings, DeMar DeRozan at 50, Austin Reeves at 49, De'Aaron Fox at 48. Zach LaVine. See, look, we know what the vision was. De'Aaron Fox, and it's funny because this is very much an NBA 2K thing, and the Kings did think it was a video game because Zach LaVine is 47.
So Zach LaVine and De'Aaron Fox have the same rating?
They're both 85. De'Aaron Fox is a 48. Zach LaVine's a 47.
Wow.
DeMar DeRozan is a 50.
We won the trade, baby. Woo!
Yeah. Jamal Murray is 44, Tyrese Maxey at 43, Tyler Hero at 42, Amen Thompson at 41. Okay. And as we get to, like I said, the 30s, Chet Holmgren, your boy, with his oxtails and sweet potatoes is at 31.
Oxtails, ribs, cornbread, greens.
Thank you, Chet. Chet's at 31.
By the way, did you see his official nickname now is the Big Oxtail?
Oh, my goodness. It's always the big something. It's always.
But the Big Oxtail is really good.
Jimmy Butler's at 40. Derek White's at 39. Zubac is at 38. Zion at 37. Darius Garland at 36. Lonzo Ball at 35. That's kind of crazy. Or excuse me, LaMelo Ball. Too many L's.
I was like, there's no way.
Yeah,
that just can't be true.
I mean, that's still kind of crazy too, though.
What, LaMelo being
35? Again, it's 2K.
Again,
2K
loves a little shot creator.
34, Alperen Şengün. 33, put some respect on his name, Domantas Sabonis. They're both ranked at 87. Dame Lillard, 32. And like I said, Chet at 31. So that's what's been released so far.
Oxtail.
Yeah. Thank you, Chet. Thank you, Chet. And let's see here. I'm just trying to confirm whether or not Malik Monk or anybody else pops up. 100 to 71. I don't know. I don't think Malik made it in because I'm here at 100. Bobby Portis was 100.
Wouldn't Keegan Murray have a better shot, maybe?
Yeah, I'm looking, man.
No.
Here you go.
You just got 3 players?
No. I just went through, what we just showed there. No Keegan, no Malik. No. That's crazy.
I guess that matches up with like the Ringers top 100. They only have 3 Kings there.
That is crazy. Desmond Bane at 60, by the way.
Since you have the whole list, did your beefy boy Jalen Duren make it to the top 100?
I doubt it. And I don't have the whole list. It's like I said, it stops at 31.
Yeah. I don't think he's in the top 30. So if he's if he didn't get there.
No, I'm looking for DET. I do not see DET. By the way, Cooper Flagg is a 79, which is going to annoy somebody, and that somebody is me. What are we doing?
Already,
give me a break.
Already one of the best players.
I hate that. I hate that so much.
Well, there's good news now that 2K is all digital and there's no hard copy disc anymore. They update the rankings like every 5 days.
Well, he's not going to go down.
I think he might if he doesn't play.
Draymond Green, number 90.
Sure.
Yeah. Lou Dort, 84.
Let's see where the Ringer puts old boy. The Ringer has Draymond at 50, so they're disrespecting Draymond apparently.
Jalen Suggs at 70. Oh wait! I missed it. Duren 76. That's where he's at.
He is number 76, or he has a 76 rating.
He's overall 82. He's at number 76.
All right, cool. Yeah. So
make the deal, man.
Just go get him.
Just go get him.
Go get your yoked up boy to replace Domantas Sabonis.
Go get him, man. Okay, we'll see. Well, I think that's it for Kings players, but we'll see what happens when they release the.
Oh, not for long. Not if Jalen Duren's coming.
Yeah, we'll see what happens when they release the rest of the rankings. We were talking about Keon Ellis. That's how we kicked off the show, and whether or not Keon needs more runway. I think there needs to be more conversations about Keon's playing time and whether or not there are going to be certain issues, if you will. Will there be certain issues with Keon getting playing time? I mean, there's going to be issues with somebody getting playing time. It's just, will Keon, if, and let's think about it. Hold on. Right? Neat Clifford being a Scott Perry guy. I'm not saying Scott Perry would say anything to Doug, and I don't think Doug would stand for it anyway. Hey, you want me to coach the team? I'm going to coach the team. But there is something to be said about being, and I've given this example before with, kind of the situations I've even been in with when you are not a recruit of a coach and other guys are, things can change a little bit. Now, obviously, Doug didn't draft Neat Clifford. Neat Clifford is just on the team, so it's a little bit different. But I do think some of those conversations tend to come up. So I think they need to really be careful with this Keon thing, especially because he could be a free agent at the end of the season. And if they don't put him in a good enough position to succeed, this thing could get a bit squirrely. When we return, Sac State may build a new football stadium. Where? At Cal Expo? But what about the horses? Allen Stiles, Tankathon Sports.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earn.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Ooma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Everybody, it's Kyle Draper for Bell Brothers Plumbing. That's right, the no surprise guys. Plumbing problems got you down, just ruining your day? Well, ring the bell. Bell Brothers, that is. They offer free plumbing checkups, and you can get $50 off any plumbing fix, whether it's leaks, clogs, upgrades, you name it. Bell Brothers, the no surprise guys. Visit nosurpriseguys.com.
Labor Day savings are on at Elk Grove Chevy with $10,500 off MSRP. Every new 2025 Silverado 1500 5.3 liter after all rebates. And Elk Grove Chevy has one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area. $10,500 off new Silverado exclusively at the Elk Grove Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MegaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Excludes work parking, ZR2, Mud Trading 2011 Chevy car truck. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers.
Made a great deal at Meda.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip, if a firm presents as local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
You're getting more, and again, it's free promotion. I don't know. What do you want me to do? Heavens 2 on the Sack Chat. Shout out to what's up, chat?
Hey, what's up, chat?
Hey, what's up, chat? Heavens says, Skibolini's Prego Pizza sent my wife into labor within 12 hours with one of our children and did absolutely nothing but cause heartburn with our other. Okay. All right. So more, you gave it another opportunity. So it sounds like it worked the first time is what I'm guessing.
Yeah, but
first time it worked. So then they said, hey, let's go back, get it going, and then just heartburn.
But 80% success rate, it doesn't seem like that.
Yeah, they do not have that on I don't know if it was on the menu that I had in the Bay.
That they said 80%.
I don't know if it was 80%. Okay. But they said, it works.
Look, I thought there was some sort of special ingredient that was supposed to, at first I kind of thought this was like a medical thing, but no, they're just dumping a bunch of meat on a pizza.
There's mushrooms and olives and a bunch of different types of food.
We have the meat.
When they're dumping linguiça on a pizza, that's when they're just throwing everything they got on that.
It's ready to go. So who knows? We're not there yet. Couple more weeks. When I get the green light,
allegedly.
Yeah, when I get the green light from wife, he'll say, hey, do you want to go in? Do you want to get hibachi again? What do you want to do? It's up to you. This is your world. I'm just living in it. As we prepare for number 2, I made what is it called? The pack and play. It's a souped up pack and play. All right. So toddler Styles doesn't mess with her when she's just trying to exist. So I had to make that this weekend. We're ready to go, man.
Good.
We're ready to go.
So I'm guessing you've got a game plan for what to do with toddler Styles if wifey goes into labor?
I mean, it depends when.
Yeah,
it really depends when. So we know she's coming. If it's nighttime, we're going together. We're all going together, at least to start.
Yeah.
So my mom drives up and then she'll come grab her.
Yeah, that was basically my story. I mean, I don't remember it, but when my younger brother was born, that was basically the game plan, was just, hey, grandparents, be ready to spring into action just like the rest of us.
So, hopefully it's not the middle of the night because that would be tougher. But everybody, it's not the highest alert yet, but it's each week that passes, the alert is getting higher.
So mom is also on.
Yeah, she's got to be.
Might have to spring into action at any point.
On high alert.
Yeah.
She understands this.
Like you got to come grab toddler Styles.
Yeah.
So that we can have agent number 2.
Yes.
Not be have your wife not in labor and the child just yelling across the hall.
Exactly. 916 says the De'Aaron Fox contract is going to age like milk in the sun. So moving on was a good idea. What wasn't a good idea, not obtaining a starting caliber point guard, and 2, getting the consensus worst contract in Levine. Well, I don't know that you are going to get, if you wanted to move on from Fox, and maybe the argument is, again, the Spurs thing, but you were not going to get a starting caliber point guard in that Fox deal because Stephon Castle, who I guess profiles more like a 2 from what I've read, he was not available anyway. So
yeah, but even so, I think not obtaining a starting caliber point guard could be changed to not getting any of the Spurs young players. If they had
no, I agree, but this is what they said.
Yeah, no,
right?
I'm also making the point to the 916 is that you could change that. If they had gotten Sohan, they would have even been in a better position.
Did you see him lately?
I have not.
He's doing the Dennis Rodman. He was already doing the Dennis Rodman thing. I would have taken him, but hey, man, is this a fashion show or you want to play basketball?
What happened to you? Last week you were all in on Sohan.
I am, but it's just.
Last week you were like, Kaminga's just doing what he's got to do. And today you're like, is Kuminga too much of a diva for Sacramento? I'm like, what's happening here?
No. Hold on. And fine. You can call me out. Fine. The Kaminga thing, he is doing what he had to do. I'm saying this from the perspective of how Scott Perry and Doug Christie is just more old school to me. I'm just surprised that they're interested in him is all.
I just don't know why you woke up today and came to that conclusion. Just like
because why?
Like how you woke up and came to the Sohan conclusion.
No, you know why? Because he has had opportunities. Not a lot. This was Stan Van Gundy who got me on the Kaminga thing because Stan Van Gundy said, "Hey, tough, you know what? You can't just get paid for what you think you would have done." That's my whole thing.
I mean, someone's willing to.
But nobody is willing to now.
Other than Matt Ishbia, who can't.
But nobody is.
Matt Ishbia has made so many bad decisions that he can't do this one.
All I want is for him to come out, and I know some things have gotten misconstrued. I think that Kaminga is a hard worker. I'm not saying he's not. I would just like him to come out and say, I am willing to do the dirty work. I don't want to hear about, I want to be the number one option. You already told us that about 15 times. I want to hear about you doing the dirty work. I want to hear about you being able to rebound. That's all I want to hear. I want to hear about your process more so than I can be a star. I want to do this. Get a bunt down, right? Are you willing to get a bunt down?
I'm just confused why today was the day you came to these conclusions,
I've always felt like this. You
didn't feel this way about Sohan.
But Sohan I grinded film, but it's just every week I don't know enough about Sohan, and I did grind film, and I would be willing to if I would take Kaminga over Sohan, and I do think that you might be able to get him at a discount, but I need you to focus up now.
I need you to lock in.
One hair color you can only change it every 5 months. I need you to focus.
And stop changing your free throws.
Yeah. And put 2 hands on the ball. You need the guide hand. You got to stop messing around.
I'm not even saying the shooting is fine. It's just you got to do the same thing. You can't just go from underhand to one hand to the whatever else.
It's like just come on now.
We lock in.
2 different issues. Are you taking this seriously or not? It's like talking to my little nephew. We're trying to train for. Are you serious? Do you really want to do this or not? You know what I mean?
Sure.
It's like talking to baby. She's 2 years old. Hey, you want to swing the bat or no? Right? Stop messing around. It's just, are you serious about this? I'm just having some fun. I don't know anything about Sohan, and look, they might extend him to Spurs. They might not, but I grinded film on him last week, and I was all in on Sohan. 916-339-1140. Sac State may be all in on Cal Expo. Okay.
Senor segue
That's right.
strikes again.
Yeah, I was going to say you had a perfect Senor segue right before that of do you want to do this or not? Well, Sac State's not sure if they want to do the stadium.
See, you're learning.
Yeah.
You're learning.
Senor segue strikes again.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but I am.
It is a good thing. Michelle Dapper of KCRA says Sac State and Cal Expo released the same joint statement regarding the stadium. We have been productive. We have been having productive and exciting conversations as part of an exploratory partnership between Sac State Athletics and Cal Expo as 2 state agencies. We are excited about the potential to create something truly impactful, not just for Sacramento, but for the entire region. So initially, Sac State, now they still could, right? But initially they had committed to building a new 20,000 seat stadium on campus. This stadium would be located at the old racetrack in Sacramento that hasn't been used since horse racing was suspended in March. Cal Expo to discuss the issue situation at an August 28th public meeting agenda. Okay. And the only thing that I will say, and I get it, it's not going to be, it is different, but I will give you my take on this. So when I went to Temple all those years ago, and still now, Temple plays at Lincoln Financial Field, which is where the Eagles play. Now, in theory, that sounds really cool, right? It sounds really, really cool. Again, different situations, but some similarities. It's really cool until you get there. And I was there when Temple was actually pretty decent, okay? Shortly after I left, Matt Rule was there. That's when it was a real stepping stone. And these coaches were saying they'd stay and then they would leave for better jobs. That was the Temple's heyday, right?
Or Manny Diaz took the job, never coached, and left for another job.
That was Temple's heyday. So Temple, and by the way, where this would be, I looked it up. It'd be about a 15-minute drive from campus. And I know Sac State is a commuter campus, but Sac State, the campus, about 15-minute drive and about an hour walk. Okay, so anybody walking to Cal Expo. Temple University, we would have to get on SEPTA. That was basically there. That is Philly's BART, if you will. You had to get on SEPTA, and it was cool, right? You could tailgate out there. It was fun. Then you get in there. That bad boy's empty. Okay, that bad boy is empty. Also, it looks terrible on TV. Now, granted, Lincoln Financial is going to be way bigger than whatever they build at Cal Expo, but I do think that I am of the mindset. I typically err on the side of on-campus stuff. I just think it's a lot easier. I think it's a lot homier. I think students appreciate it more. It could be a little bit smaller. I don't know if they've reported that it would be bigger if it was the racetrack instead of the 20,000 on campus. I understand what would be cool about it. I understand you're not playing in an NFL stadium, so it shouldn't be as empty as what Temple looked like. But that 15 minutes, it does cause a minor headache where you better be winning games, because if you're not winning games, that student wakes up on Saturday and they can just go to a fraternity or sorority party, or you got to call an Uber or whatever it is. I'm sure they'd have shuttles. Fine. I'm just really big on campus stuff. That's where I'm initially. Now, I talked to Jake Gaden a little bit yesterday, who's been all over this, and we have to learn more. My initial thought is keep college stuff on campus. That is my initial thought.
So this is kind of the tough part about this too, is that if it becomes a 20,000 seat stadium, it becomes less about those 6 football games a year and more about, this is now a multi-purpose stadium that we can use for all sorts of different events now, right? And I think that's probably the appeal from Sac State's perspective, is if we build this at Cal Expo, we can use it for all sorts of concert. I mean, Country in the Park right now is down in that area right now. So we can use it for concerts. We can use it kind of like the Republic use Heart Health Park right now at Cal Expo. It's like we can host multi-purpose events, do stuff with the state fair. It will probably make more money for the school to put it there. But to your point, I don't know if that's going to enhance the football specific experience to put it there, but certainly it will be getting more use there than an on-campus stadium right now, because I don't think they really use that for all that much at Sac State.
I'm just double checking So there's no way, just to a note of the difference as far as Temple playing at Lincoln Financial, and even if this is off campus, Lincoln Financial seats 67,000.
Yeah.
So it looks bad. And there's no way we're talking about 20,000. I don't know if it would be bigger. That's the next thing we need to figure out. Would it be bigger if it's at the racetrack?
Yeah.
Either way, it ain't going to be 67,000. Don't get me wrong.
I think we're talking about a difference of thousands of seats. It's not like there's a dramatic difference.
You're saying from the 20,000 on campus, it might be what, 30,000 at the racetrack?
30,000 might be a bit tough. I mean, 30,000, you can host baseball games there.
Yeah,
but
I'm not going to say it, but yes.
Yes. I mean, that's the idea, right? So I don't think it's going to be that much of a difference. I think probably A, you already have the land. B, you have the infrastructure with Cal Expo being right there. And C, you can probably, it's probably more convenient to host non-football events if it's there versus Sac State's campus, which is a commuter school, but it's not, if you're going to a music festival there, it's not exactly going to be easy to navigate in and out of a college campus.
Yeah, it's a bigger stage for Shaq when he comes back for the Shaq and Friends Music Festival next season.
Yeah,
next year.
Which that would be my guess if I were reading the tea leaves as to why the Cal Expo deal is being talked about now.
You might sacrifice a couple thousand students going to the games for everything else that comes with it. And if you're good, they'll go.
Yeah, because they were going to drop a lot of money on that stadium on campus, and I don't think they were going to get their money back in the investment.
One more segment with you. Baseball continues to be incredibly confusing, but the reason the Rivercats and Sutter Health Park, the reason these decisions were made, because expansion was talked about. Well, Rob Manfred talks about that expansion. Also, Victor Robles throws a bat at somebody. We have that audio for it. It was insane to close out the show. Allen Stiles, Sackdown Sports.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age. making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Golf.com's Josh Sens offers 5 common golf course maintenance mistakes and tips to correct them. You've hit the green, and to fix your divot, you jam your tool underneath the ball mark and lift the soil, but the right way is to circle the edges of the mark with your tool, gently pulling the turf toward the center. Second, when fixing divots in the fairway, fill it with sand until it's level with surrounding turf, and gently smooth it with your foot. Third, when the course imposes the 90-degree rule, it means to stay on the cart path until you can turn at a right angle to your ball, minimizing wear and tear on the turf. 4, when you're driving on the course, proceed at a modest pace and avoid staked and roped off areas. Avoid sharp turns, wet turf, bunker edges, tees, and greens. The superintendent will applaud you. 5, in a bunker, rake the sand smoothly and exit as you entered from the low side. Tap the sand from your shoes and leave it as if you weren't there. And now that you know, make sure your foursome knows as well. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Michael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sacramento Rivercats baseball meets Grateful Dead vibes on Saturday, September 6th. Join the celebration at Sutter Health Park. It's Grateful Dead night with themed fun and good times all around. Get your tickets now at rivercats.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
We have fun on this show, and look, I will never run from the fact that when there is a subject, and we've already kind of joked about it, when there is a subject that is, I guess, the only real rumor still going on, we're going to talk about it. And we've joked about the Kaminga stuff before. There's somebody on the text line, Kyle, we gotta run the tape on this. Okay? And somebody on the text line giving me a hard time. They say they have a game with their friends, and they take bets on when they will hear me say the word Kaminga on the show. They're claiming that it took 8 seconds. Now, it's not a matter of when the show starts, because I said I doubt that, okay? But it's a matter of when they turn it on. So I said, hey, well, you know, it's no secret, 10 o'clock and 11, mostly 11, that's when we're pretty King-centric, and that's when the rumors are going to come up. So if you are turning on your radio during 11 o'clock, I don't doubt it. They said it took 9 seconds for me to mention Kaminga, which if you turned on your radio during 11 o'clock, look, I'm not afraid to say how the sausage is made. 10 to 12 is typically very, very Kings heavy. So where the Kings rumors will come up, that's where you're going to hear that stuff. 12-2, we open things up a little bit. We still go Kings, but we open things up a little bit.
Yeah, 12-2, it's more 10-12 in your scenario, because it's not always the case. We talk baseball and stuff, but normally it's like 10-12.
And then somebody texts in saying, stop talking baseball.
Yeah, you're getting your day-to-day, like what is the big story of the day. 12 o'clock is when we're still talking about the Kings, but we're talking about Jalen Duren's muscles.
Okay.
And how we're just thirsting over that beef.
This is you more than me now.
Well, this is just going to be a thing now, okay? Ever since you brought it up and I'm looking at him, I'm like...
When do they play for now, but whenever they play the Pistons, I'm not showing up to work that day.
Remember, it's the same date as last year. I thought that was funny on the schedule, that it's like... Remember how the Ivy foul game was like December 26th or something? I think it's like December 24th or 23rd is when the Pistons come to Sacramento again. So that day, Allen... That might be the day I flip. I'm of the opinion you don't trade Domantas Sabonis until he asks out. But then I might go to the game and I might get to see beefed up Jalen Duren.
Enough.
And I might believe that that's my guy.
Okay, enough. And speaking of baseball, we do have I ended the conversation with the texter, just fair enough. But hey, that's the reality of it, okay? It's not just a happenstance. That's how the show is built. All right. 916-339-1140. Kyle, let's hear from Rob Manfred and what he had to say regarding baseball's expansion and or lockout. Here it is.
Expansion, realignment, expanded playoffs. I mean, can you see that down the road?
I can. I think the first two topics are related in my mind. I think if we expand, it provides us with an opportunity to geographically realign. I think we could save a lot of wear and tear on our players in terms of travel. And I think our postseason format would be even more appealing for, entities like ESPN, because you'd be playing up out of the East, out of the West, and that 10 o'clock time slot where we, sometimes get Boston, Anaheim, would be two West Coast teams, and that 10 o'clock slot that's a problem for us sometimes becomes a real opportunity for our West Coast audience. So I think, I think the owners realize that there's demand for Major League Baseball in a lot of great cities, and that we have an opportunity to do something good around that expansion.
I'm just trying to figure out the realignment piece. Somebody said we're definitely headed towards the Mets and the Yankees being in the same division. Do you think that could happen?
Oh, totally. So it's going to be Eastern Conference, Western Conference.
Man. And what happens to ALNL?
It doesn't exist anymore. You'd have a Western Conference. It'd be like basketball.
And the issue, I was trying to think when he said that would save a lot of travel. I was thinking of a division where a team has to travel somewhere and they really have no business traveling.
I mean, there's a few of them, like Texas being in the AL West.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
But I think his broader point is like in the current system right now, the Giants, for example, play at Pittsburgh, at Philadelphia, at New York.
Because they have to get these NL games in.
Yeah, exactly. So in this world, if you split it right down the middle, Texas and Houston would be in the Western Conference with the NL and AL West team, and then you'd put Cincinnati in there and whoever else.
I'll tell you what, I'm trying to
think. The Cardinals.
However that would affect, I feel like that would, depending on where the cutoff is, I think that helps the Giants and A's for playoffs.
So let's do it this way. So the new West.
Well, now the A's and Giants would be battling each other now because there's no ALNL.
Yeah, exactly. They'd be in the same league, which you would have, or conference or whatever.
Real OG. Whitey's gone. Can you? The old school baseball fans would hate this.
I would say they'd be rolling over in their graves, but they literally would be.
I don't know. Whitey always surprises me. He might say, no, I love this.
I don't know. But again, it's not for any reason other than just people don't watch. Like he said out loud, which is kind of crazy to say out loud. Nobody's watching Boston play in the Coliseum at 10 p.m. on a Wednesday night. Nobody's staying up to watch that game. So in this world, you would have more West Coast teams playing West Coast teams. And I think it would be like the AL West, the NL West, the new Portland expansion team, like the Cardinals, probably the Royals, a few other teams probably in the Western Conference.
All right, Kyle, before we get out of here, let's hear from the call. Okay, Victor Robles, who is in. So real quick, you got the Little League Classic going on, and the Mariners are playing the Mets. Meanwhile, Victor Robles, who is on a stint, an injured IL stint, right? He's on the way back. He's rehab stint. Victor Robles is making his way back from being injured, and apparently he had been hit, like, because these leagues, I think they play each other 6 games straight, right? That's what obviously they do in the, for the Rivercats. So Victor Robles throughout this series has been hit about 4 or 5 times, or he had been hit 4 times. This was the 5th time. There's nothing more annoying than facing injury for something you can't control. You weren't running, anything like that. You just got hit by a baseball. So Victor Robles has had enough, and this is what happens the 5th time he was hit by a pitch. Here it is.
Right-hand batting right fielder lined out to Halter at third back in inning number 1. And the first pitch from Estes. Swung on and fouled off on a pitch that hit him. He picks up the bat and throws it at Estes. He's been tossed. He is yelling at Joey Estes, and now he runs towards the mound.
So after that from Victor Robles, he gets kicked out. He's in the dugout. He's chucking. There's like a box of power bars or whatever. He chucks the box of power bars. He was very upset. Kyle, a lot of people are confused as to how much time he should get as far as a suspension. I don't think people are saying some ridiculous stuff. I know he threw the bat, and I know it would be a lot different if the bat actually hit Estes, the pitcher. I do hate getting hit by pitches, and you cannot do that. That's assault. But I don't think this guy people are saying some crazy stuff. He should be banned.
No.
Come on now.
Yeah, Bryce Harper threw a helmet at a batter one time and got 4 games.
Suspend him, put him on the list of, hey, you do something like this again, you're cooked. But he saw red, and nobody likes getting hit time and time again. No,
I agree. There shouldn't be really any big suspension levied against him. Although
if he hit him, that would have been different.
Sure, but that's again, intent versus results. Anyways, I will say before we go, the A's have a chance to do the funniest thing ever now, because Joey Estes is a pitcher for the A's. He was at Sutter Health Park earlier this year. He's now in AAA, but while they figure out what to do with Victor Robles, he's going to go back to the majors at some point. This weekend, the A's and Mariners have a 3-game series in Seattle, and the A's have a chance to look. I know the A's pitching staff is awful right now, but they have a chance to do the funniest thing ever and have Joey Estes get called up to face Victor Robles in the majors. I'm really hoping they do it. I know they won't.
They better not. We don't need it to happen again, but man, oh man, go check out the video during one of the breaks. Victor Robles chucks a bat, and look, if you're talking, you get baseball to be talked about on the national stage, I guess, say all publicity, huh? Are we doing that? I'll tell you what we are doing. Drive Guys coming up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Thank you to all the callers, texters, Sac Chatters. Great calls today. Everybody was ready to go on a Monday. Thank you to Kyle as always. Until tomorrow, secure the bag like the beam.